All right.
So I actually wanted to actually open this up. I and have the book open. I have a book open here. I wanted to kind of just read like this first little like piece here. It's just like in the middle.
Okay.
See what you think of it.
I'll
Neither
give
would
no
it be
guarantees it'll be
possible for the prospect. I didn't prep reading this in advance. Sorry.
You're good.
Neither would it be possible for the proprietors of the material factors of production, the capitalists, and the landowners to combine in a universal cartel against the interests of the workers. What do you think of that line?
They said it wouldn't be possible.
Yes.
I disagree, because that's literally what that. I think I sent you a legal case. They were
Illegal.
bringing up a legal case to the courts where literally that just happened. It was literally somebody had made a tool to fix. Essentially, it was like a rent recommendation tool. So like you would put in whatever the heck you had, and it would recommend how much you need to put into it. The problem was, or how much you would charge for rent for that apartment that you own. The problem was that nearly every single landlord was using it across the entire US, so much so that it was applying pressure on the prices that were being determined. So what that means is like even the people who weren't using the pricing tools were pretty much like the optimal play was to follow the same prices as, you know, the local market, which would be using that pricing tool. So in the end, yeah, you've got that very literal.
So I guess I should emphasize the part where it says of the material factors of production. So that's not necessarily in the form of services.
Well,
The part goes on. The characteristics mark of production activities in the past and in the foreseeable future is that the scarcity of labor exceeds the scarcity of most of the primary natural given material factors of production. So this is a bit in reference to physical factories and material production.
so what is that saying? That there's more materials than there are people?
Oh, it goes on. It's that's why like I when I was digesting it, I'm like, oh, this thing it's just like massive. I mean, if you want me to, it'd be like 5 more pages of me straight up reading it just to like digest that point.
I'm okay.
And that
That's
was
the
in
kind of word
the
that you gotta
mind you,
like.
that wasn't without any of the setup. That was like in the middle of another like 2 or 3 page beginning section that leads on to just that one line. And it's not like that line is like the crux of that whole argument, though that's just one piece amongst like a 20 page section. But yeah, I just
Yeah.
was kind of curious of what you thought about that since it was somewhat easy to digest.
Well, I do know that that cartel thing was a recent announcement,
Yeah.
and I mean they
Well,
haven't
yeah, I guess
legally
that's in that
justified it
service
yet.
dimension as well.
Yeah, and like you said, that is more on the service side of things than it is material side. But then I don't really know what the point of what point they're trying to make, because it could be that what
Yeah,
I'm mentioning, hits on their point, but not on the exact words and the way they phrased it. Because they're talking about material goods, but it might have been, a lot of the times these books and such aren't really made with the online world and with that kind of level of communication. They're still kind of built on how business is done physically without this
yes.
huge service world. So, but I don't know any of that. Like you said, you've only read a small excerpt
Yeah,
of it.
that was
So,
tiny like it wasn't even like in the middle of the book. This is like a random spot I
yeah,
just picked though.
yeah, right.
I wasn't like
So,
kind of like oh pull a point out here then and pull a flippy on anyone. I was just like throwing out
no,
like
I
this
get
little quote here that was easy to digest.
it. If that's easy to digest, then man, the rest of that book is
Oh yeah.
it's tough.
Mind you, that was like page like 500, random page of 500 out of 1,000 pages.
Crazy, man.
So
I can't read things like that because it's like
yeah,
you
well,
spend more time thinking about what you read than reading the next thing. You know what I mean?
well, with this that's how you know it's a good book, right?
That's how you know it's dense. Yeah,
That's how
like
you know it.
it's could be worded in a more digestible format. I.e., it's more stupid for me.
All right. So I relate it to the game stuff now.
Yeah.
Do I trying to get some thoughts here? I was thinking about it beforehand before I started looking at stuff. Would you like me to go start an oil and oil related activities, or would you rather me go get quartz and sulfur pipeline for phase material?
Do you need those pipelines to get oil? Going to like plastics and such?
Oh yeah, I think I do. Let me hold on. I need to check.
I
Refinery.
We are, just a heads up though. We are like peaking our power usage.
Yeah. Well, that's why
And if
like
you were to build out those pipelines, we're almost certainly going to break power again. So I would vote for you like focusing on oil. But if you need the pipelines first,
yeah. So
I'm going to
so
continue to work on coal so we can build that out.
that's what I'm aiming at right here because
Hmm.
so making computers is a son of a gun. Both things had to get done. Predominantly quartz being driven over here over on conveyor for the computer pipeline is important, but
Right.
also rubbers as part of the expanded power infrastructure to get to the fuel refinery. This is what that step is also requiring the usage and production of oil currently. If that makes sense.
So
I know it's quite the tricky business.
it's like a catch 22, isn't it?
You gotta have the big production pipeline to use the big production pipeline.
Yeah. You gotta have it to make it.
Uh,
Well,
oh, what am I? Yeah,
focus on oil as much as you can to get like additional power. So we got, a really strong power grid,
big strong.
which we don't have right now. We have a flimsy. It won't cut out on us. I mean, like some portion of it won't.
Oh, so I'm running the new gaming mouse currently.
Oh, yeah, how is it?
This is
It's
only
the
like my
first time you're gaming on it,
second.
or have you already?
I did play
You
with
already
it, so I
played
got
through
it in Monday, and I played with it Tuesday.
Okay.
So I got the wired version of the G502X. They seem to either just like this series, like nothing was able to really replace my old G700. If I just had that in the newer design with the new sensor with the same button layout roughly, I would have been happy. This was the closest one to it. It's about 2 buttons shorter, which is fine. I kind of just gotten used to like being able to go to it, so I'm just now starting to really. This is only my real second time with it, so it's gonna take a while. So it's only like a little, $60 chuck at it. So just gonna live with that. I did go ahead and or just up here just a moment ago, in game, I put up another power switch to disconnect the entire stuff up top. So this way we can
We
save a
disconnect
little
the
bit of
stuff
power.
down below because the stuff on top we won't running 24/7. We could
No, this is
we could shut down the
in the
bottom.
section in the stuff by the hub. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. I get what you mean.
So the stuff by the hub itself is now separated.
Cool.
Because that conveyor stuff can exit. It still gives us plenty of extra concrete. It does mean everything that involves copper up here is currently paused, but this stuff probably needs to be
we got
reordered
copper.
anyways.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Even if that cuts off, we'll be okay. The big factory could lose its bottom floor, and we'd also be okay if we had to in a pinch. But the
Yeah.
top floor we would want to keep running because that makes our steel, and we kind of need the steel to build out the infrastructure to make our power grid better. So if we don't
Yeah.
have steel,
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to like
Yeah.
save a few little watts here and there.
yeah, we'll be in debt.
Because we're finally at double capacity relative to consumption. The consumption's not peaking above 700 megawatts right now. Looking at the
Right now.
pipes, and the capacity is now roughly between 15 to 1600, give or take. But
It won't be long though.
yeah, so back on the mouse, I have been. So when I played with it Tuesday, I did play with it quite a while, just on planet side to get used to it, and I did notice a little bit more cramping in my hand than usual, but then after I properly would replace my hand on the mouse, it was okay. If I was, that's in a full palm position. I've always been like a in between a palm and a claw grip. So it's just like that's just kind of how I've been in my play style over the years. So
Was that to keep your wrist from resting or something? That seems like a strange grip to have.
yeah, well, the other mouse is bigger. So like it worked out that way, and I didn't really use the mouse for too long when I did have it.
Oh, okay.
3.
What do we need to fill out oil right now?
Oh, what do we need to fill out oil?
Build out oil.
Oh, build out oil. So
And also, are we gonna build it out by the base over here, where like coal is, or?
that is also a good question because refineries
Oh
just
yeah,
they
refineries are
just pump
massive.
straight out liquid, so it's really hard to justify building a massive pipeline from from where those refineries are versus just taking the conveyors right out of the extractors to refineries. So it's easier to get from the refineries, it's easier to get from the extractors to the refinery in a close bin because you can get a conveyor out of the refinery a lot easier.
Yeah. So in
So,
that case, you're gonna want to build a second power thing over to the oil.
oh, another line entirely.
Well, I mean, we've got power kind of over there, but don't connect it to the coal power. I mean, you can connect it to the main coal power, but don't connect it to, like, the secondary power we have that's powering the water pumps. You know what I'm talking about?
If I see it, will it be obvious?
We have two power grids.
Well, I guess it's more than that if you count all the smaller ones, but yeah.
No, I mean, those are all part of the same grid. The difference is that you can just cut those on, they're modular, but it's still the one grid. I think. I don't think we have other power unless you've been putting
Well,
down, like,
so like
generators.
the game in game it calls like the sub grids. It calls them grids. So I'm referring it by the game's terminology.
The heck? Where do you see grids at?
If you go to a power switch, it will tell you grid B, grid A. So like your grid A is what's coming out of the coal plant there,
Yeah, I see.
and
That's
everything
not
that
how
is
I would.
underneath of it is a B grid.
Well, anyways, I'm talking about full power connections, including all the subgrids and all that jazz. We have two completely separate power lines. One powers our coal generators. What are these? Water extractors? Yeah, they power our water extractors and powers the mines for the coal that does those water extractors. So that's like a completely separate grid. Then we have a second grid that powers literally everything else.
I do have a dream of converting everything into oil, becoming true oil barons.
I'm not getting rid of my coal.
I
I've
love
put
my
way too
oil,
much effort into
my
this.
petroleum.
Besides, this works perfectly fine and it's self-sufficient, so leave it as it is.
Oil, oil, oil.
I'll let you be your own oil baron, though, and then you can
My goal in
pump
life
some of
is to
that
be an oil baron.
some of that liquid gold into this
That
power
black
grid.
gold. That sweet, sweet black gold.
I don't like the way you're saying that.
That's what I say before I lay out that pipe. Ugh, that's bad. Rods. Can I even make an extractor is the question. I could not. I need lots and lots of motors. Holy smokes. You need 10 motors per extractor.
Yep.
The question is now, where the heck are the motors?
You made those.
Oh no,
You
you
should be
weren't
the one to
supposed to
know.
let me make them. I hope there are some around here. Okay, that's a stator.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some. I'm gonna need some as well.
Oh no. The stators are going to the motor pool. Oh, here they are. Oh, so okay, there's some motors very slowly being made. Very, very slowly. Huh. Could this get any slower? Oh, that's really slow. You know what? This guy doesn't need them. We need more motors than not. Oh, so the overclocking got tuned. Did you see in the patch notes?
Nope, I didn't read them.
Oh. I just kind of glanced through them. I remember overclocking got adjusted, so it's actually a little cheaper now.
Oh, that's good.
So that's
does
probably
overclocking make them cheaper?
no, I think it's the energy cost isn't exponential or something like that. So it's actually
okay.
now overclocking is a little more viable.
That would explain why our power grid's so strong now.
Ah.
Because I was like looking at this and I'm like, we're only like halfway on both of our power grids for some
Here
reason.
we go. Overclock, take a bunch of things in the circuit, like to make yada yada yada. The basic mechanic of overclock remains largely unchanged, but we've lowered the exponential power cost change. That means that overclocking is less expensive than it was before, and underclocking is not quite as cheap. Generators are the only exception to this rule. They over and underclock completely linearly. Which might explain why they actually have more power. Well, no, the power is now properly linear on those. So the other thing, everything else is not a straight up exponential increase in cost.
Yeah, and you can see if you look at our max consumption's only 1,200. I think it was almost 2,000 before. Which means we have a lot of overclocking crap out there that I'm not even aware of.
Yeah, yes, me neither. There's no way.
You've been blaming me for the power consumption.
Oh, I found my motors. I had them go into store. Oh my God, Taylor, we have so many motors.
Ooh, that's good. 'Cause I need some.
You need some
I need
motors?
some extractors. Well, maybe not motors, but rotors.
Rotors? We do have some rotors.
Do we need motors for extractors?
No, yes. We get plenty of motors. I have just checked and confirmed.
Okay, that's good. Because I am going to be making more extractors.
I'll handle the oil, son. You don't know the power of the oil baron.
I still got to upgrade all the coal lines to tier 3. I don't even know how we're going to make that much steel. We're going to need to like make a steel factory on the other side of the planet.
I'm more like, where the hell are we going to put the manufacturers? Holy shit. Do you see how big these things are? You see
For
these?
what?
The
Oil?
manufacturers? You see where I'm holding? I'm up on the top.
Hang on. Yeah, I see. That's pretty huge.
Yeah, it takes 4 inputs. And that's how you use to make computers and stuff. Refiners are stupid big as well.
I'm going to have to make a separate factory just for computers.
That's why I was asking you if I should go out do refinery things or I should be trying to do the computer pipeline.
That's why I told you to do the refineries.
This is a real son of a good. It's quite the pickle.
I've given you your answer.
Oil. Okay, so I can make. I need more encased steel beams. Those are really close to the Mark IV conveyors, and those all require only steel beams. Or encased steel beams. Oh, I only have... Okay, so I can build 1... 1 and 3. I can only build a few of these. Gotta go out there and lay some pipe. else do I want to drag out there?
We're gonna make conveyor belts. We have plenty of reinforced iron plates. We can't really afford the steel route, though. What's this thing making?
Which one?
Where our
Oh, this
steel
guy?
beams are going
He's supposed to be
into.
making those versatile frames for the
Oh, okay.
space elevator.
Yeah, and I think we've got that building almost constantly now. Because I upgraded the steel that thing's making by a lot.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go do some oil as where I can.
Good luck.
Well, I guess power grid's is the next big hurdle.
Well, that's what we're doing now. Doing a power grid. Once we get oil, we'll have so much power we won't know what to do with it.
That's the goal. So we can forget about it. And then, like, later down the road, it's like, wait, power's an issue again.
Well, we've got a good 200 megawatts to spare on our main production line. It's not very much. That's like a little over 20% of our power. So we can use like 20% more and we'll be okay.
Okay, that's the one I don't want to touch, and I build off of this one. Okay. Okay, yes, and crunch, crunch. Good.
Where's our rotors?
Rotors? There's some upstairs on the top floor where the motor's pipeline is.
I don't see them. Oh, there they are. Dang. A lot of motors. This motor thing's a mess, though.
Yeah. If you want to fix that, I won't stop you.
Nope, I'm okay. A little bit of spaghetti never hurt anyone.
A little bit of pasta flazool.
You know, rather than upgrading our power grid, there is another option.
Lots and lots of plastic.
No, we could just continue to play so slow. They keep making changes to the gameplay to where we don't need to upgrade our power. Things just become cheaper.
Like pure cost sunk fallacy, right? Just like that.
I don't know if that'd be something to cost, but certainly is another alternative.
I mean, that's what the
you see that
UK
we
did,
got a lot
right?
more power.
They changed up the entire financial sector just to you know, cut some losses.
What with Brexit?
No, that was like more recently. There's some article title thing talking about like, oh, UK is gonna change some financial laws or something like that. Oh, I gotta build more stacker conveyor poles. Well,
You know, as soon as all these biofuels are done being used up, we're kind of screwed.
oh, the biofuel
Better
generators, really?
Better start preparing for that. Yeah, I mean, the biofuel generators are adding a pretty healthy margin to our power. It's okay, I'll add more coal generators. Then it won't be that big of a deal.
Well, good thing I didn't go too far. I already ran out of rods. I didn't refill my rods, apparently. But how's life been treating you?
Same old, same old. Nothing's changed.
Now, are you disappointed in that?
No.
Oh. You're glad nothing has changed? Or
I am neutral on nothing that has changed.
no opinion on changing of things?
Don't have to be depressed or happy when something happens. I mean, it's okay to just be like, yeah, okay. Have no opinion. You know, that's something that's sorely missed these days. No opinion
Oh, everybody's got to have an opinion?
on everything.
Do you have no opinion on people having opinions?
Well, I mean, I just brought it up, so I must have some sort of opinion.
What would you do if
Why
you...
do I have like oh, never mind. Trying to figure out why I had like a glowing orange outline on my screen, but it was from the deconstructor. So what now?
Oh, well... Huh. That's interesting. Oh, yeah, that's right. They did an update to the Awesome Sync. You can now put in and get DNA points separate from standard points. So, like, it's now rewarding to go kill enemies and take their hide and shove it into the Awesome Sync. So I don't think there's much of a pathway with it outside of that.
You know, I'm really glad that we don't have to supply coal or something to our pump. Why is everything suddenly getting quieter? Oh, never mind.
Just turn your sound effects up.
I got quieter, and then the extractor's like stopping and starting. Weird. Wait a second. Is that right? Oh, what just happened here? For some reason, my power grids have like connected. Don't know why. I can't have that. I mean, seriously, why the heck do these have the same power grid? In the world? How did this get connected to the darn... The heck? Well, somehow this thing got connected to our coal generators. Oh my god, let's go here. Alright, something was very bunk here. Power might go offline for a little bit.
Yeah, what do you think?
Or
Can you
what?
can you see it from here?
I mean, all I see is a bunch of coal.
Where the heck are you?
Well, if I see a bunch of coal, I mean, there's only a handful of places that have that.
Are you able to see my guy from where you're at?
Oh, let me step out on the roof.
Can you see
No,
it?
no. Oh, is that a billboard?
Yep.
I think I vaguely see a billboard with an arrow on it. I don't know what it's pointing to, though.
I got his billboards.
Nice.
And the big ones too that cost a lot.
Like the really big ones?
Yeah, those are the big ones. Well, I think there is
Biggest?
it's a part of a set of one that's slightly bigger, but I can't afford it because
Yeah,
it too
okay.
requires the parts to make a computer. So there's one slightly bigger that we can build.
I think what we got there is fine. That's pretty good. Because then we can start labeling all the different pipes and everything. It'll be good. Can we put text on it? Or does it have to be icons?
Yes.
I'll take that as affirmation for both. Which is good. Should be able to do some stuff with that. Others clearance. Hmm. I'm not approaching anyone's clearance. What are you talking about? I wish it would tell me what. Like, okay, I can't build here because it's encroaching on some sort of clearance. I don't know what though. I don't know like it's touching anything to me. That's so jank. Seriously, I could do those two generators perfectly fine, and then the two next to it I can't. Don't understand. Is it intersecting? Anything underneath here? It's not even anything underneath here, so what the heck? Oh, we got small billboards too, huh?
We get options.
Seriously, I don't understand which clearance I'm like, I don't get it. Okay, there. Got rid of everything. Still won't let me. What the heck?
Don't worry about that.
That both of our power grids failing.
Yeah, don't know that. Don't worry about it. Oh, it sends it as an email now. Click it. Click it out. Biz.biz to employee dot 051. Oh, no.
heck is this encroaching other clearance? What? The game is so buggy sometimes, man. Come over here. I need your. Maybe you'll see it. You mind coming over to the coal factory?
Our game in. You caught me in the tube.
I don't know if I'm getting a bug or what, but the thing is just complaining that I'm encroaching on something's clearance. I don't see what. I think I see what it is.
What you having problems with? What can old big old gig can do for you?
Come on up to the roof.
You think I put all these ladders in?
I mean, there's stairs inside.
Anyway. What you having problem with?
See how these two are set up, these two coal generators?
Uh-huh.
I was trying to do the exact same over here, but for some reason I can only place these generators that far back. So,
Huh.
you know, that's a good 10 feet or whatever the heck. So over here, I was like, okay, I'll just plug them in on this side then. Now the problem I'm having is I'm trying to put a pipe junction, and it won't let me.
Huh.
This whole area, it looks pretty darn clear to me.
Yeah. Alright.
Does it let you do it? Or is it just me?
Well, I gotta select it first. Interesting.
Oh, yours is scrolling it or something?
Yeah, I got the hyper scroll on it. I'm trying to find all possible. You can put it here.
That's... I really don't want to.
Well, that's the only spot it's gonna let me do it.
Hang on,
Oh, you know what? Here might be a little shortcut, a little fun bit. Let me see here.
I'm gonna delete the floor real quick.
Where is it?
Why are these generators different? They don't look any different than the other ones, so it doesn't make sense why suddenly... Oh, you know what? Maybe they updated it.
I'm gonna try a thing.
Okay, but like, why didn't you at least do
No? Really?
It's so far
What?
up.
What? Really?
I think they might have updated the collision boxes for generators or something.
Alright, I want to get rid of this thing. Maybe this is the issue. Where are you coming from? You just come right out of that thing? Alright, that's fine.
I deleted everything. I even deleted those power poles. I put them back now, but when you're trying to put a stackable conveyor pole on the ground, and you'll see that it's yellow, right? You can see that it's like intersecting somehow with the coal plant below it. I don't know why it's doing that suddenly. It wasn't doing that last time we played. Darn early access games, man. Buggy. Alright, well, I'll figure it out. I just wanted to see if you'd give it a try, and if you also ran into the same issue. Yeah, that's
Well, I'll let you have that. Yeah.
Smokes.
Oh, it's just not gonna look clean. That's so.
Nah, no, it's not. I'll get it to work.
Ah, yes. Oil. Oil. Oh, you can't see it from here, bruh. Every time you can just look over there and see the sign. You listening to any good podcasts or audiobooks this week?
Nope. I haven't listened to an audiobook in a very long time.
And you never did get into the podcast.
I mean, I watched them when I was driving around the eastern U.S., but aside from that, not really. On my own time, I just feel like there's so many better things to do. Now, whether or not they're actually better, that's pretty debatable.
Well, like, you do. You've said before that you like will listen to a game while, or you'll play a video up, or you'll play a game. Is
Yeah,
that
sure.
different? Do you consider that
The
different?
difference is, if you put on an audiobook, I get literally nothing out of it. Like, I've tried to do that in the past for one of my favorite books, The Count of Monte Cristo. I like that book. However, when I was like listening to it as an audiobook, I'd find that I'd be too focused on other things that I wouldn't even hear what the heck they're saying. So it's like I don't really get anything out of it if I put it all on doing other things. Which is why I don't care about the videos, because frankly I don't really care what's coming out of those.
All right.
What about you? You been picking up more audiobooks or something?
No, my predominant thing when I'm like, if I'm playing by my particularly like Planet Side, if I'm just playing that solo, I would just roll up and put a podcast on, since I have a backlog of them so much that build up. I mean,
Do you actually get something out of it though? Like, are you actually
I'm able
listening?
to casually play enough on Planet Side that I can listen to the majority of the podcast, and you can say like get something out of it, but it's like it's a podcast. It's more like it's just the today's equivalent of radio replacers. So
Mm-hmm.
you really only need to grab like a little bit of information out of a podcast these days, anyways, to get effective information out of it. If you, well, in my opinion, that's like if you just hearing people talk is one thing, actively listening is another thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. Like, you can go back and be like, oh yeah, I heard this, but you wouldn't have been able to like actively recall it if you know what I mean.
So the thing I find value in information is not so much like the information and storing it, but rather like where that information is and how can I reference back to it when I need to. So does that make sense?
Yeah, but that just see the problem with that line of thinking is it's sort of like every information is requires maintenance, and that if you want to know it, you got to go back to it to get that. And that's good for a lot of things, but I guess for like podcast knowledge, yeah, it's probably fine.
Yeah, so I kind of value that organizing and indexing information mentally over um, the like constantly upkeeping on of information, because there's just so much information bombarded at you. There's just no way you can possibly handle it all. So even if like it is work stuff, it's actually better to just like have the knowledge base on your hand that is relevant to that particular task, rather than having to store the entire like pipeline of knowledge from end to end and then just reference back as you need to. I just make those right now, or do I? Yes, I ran out of pipe. Well, I can make the extractors. I can do that.
I don't know. I don't really understand what the heck is going on here.
Oh, when the biogenerators die, we need to replace those with the batteries.
Okay.
So they'll put a lot of forward burden on the energy network. They'll give us a bit of spacer later.
Yeah, I understand. Fine with that.
Oil. How far away am I? All right, I'm on island.
Understand
I'm
is
on
how the
Oil
heck this
Island.
works.
When you go out into the wild and you get attacked.
It's the wild for you. Should just orbital bombard the whole planet before we get on it.
Orbital strike inbound on your location. You never did see, you never seen planet-side orbital strikes. Well, you play the game for about 5 minutes and you'll have 6 of them on your location, so.
Sounds like a good reason not to get into the game.
You're not wrong. Nah, of how depressing that sounds.
Guess there's a lot of people who know the metagame when a game's been out that long.
Yeah, they try to like sprucing it up with stuff.
Huh, this is interesting. What's the difference between production and max consumption?
Like maximum, I think it's like the max possible, or like if everything is combined at their current state, while max production is the current active production.
Then what's capacity?
The capacity of the power grid itself.
That doesn't make any sense. So we can produce 1,200 megawatts, but we have a capacity of nearly 2,000. Where's the other 800 megawatts coming from? Why is is that like batteries or what? I don't really understand that. Or can we actually produce 1,000 or nearly 2,000 megawatts? Production capacity. So max consumption I get. But what's the difference between production and capacity? Capacity is like, okay, sure, the max amount that the electrical grid can hold. Why is it that we can hold an extra almost double the energy than we produce?
I can taste the oil.
Don't do that.
Slurp it.
I'll give you cancer.
I'll give you indigestion. And then cancer. Pipes. Taylor, I'm laying pipe.
Not gonna lie, when you did a little slurping earlier, it reminded me of the livers and onion.
Livers and onion?
From Simpsons. You know, ever since you sent me that one steamed hams video on the resurgence, and I've just been getting non-stop recommendations. There's a livers and onion one as well.
Huh.
They're not as funny. I don't really like them as much, but hang on, I'll forward you it.
Yeah, this is like a weird the third wave steam hams.
Great, isn't it? I get a new one like every time I log into YouTube.
I know, it's crazy.
Alright, I'm sending it to you. Here you go. This is like an extra meta joke, another Simpsons meme that I just frankly don't really understand, but there you go. Just imagine instead of liver and onions, it's oil.
I'll play it later because of the you don't want to get copyright strike by a guy making a parody of another product.
I was gonna copyright.
Can't risk it on the little YouTube channels, you know.
I think you'll be fine. But alright.
Well, if you say so. Okay, there's already a power switch here. These guys have no power. That's good, so I can hook them up.
Alright, our power grid should be pretty good. So you shouldn't run into issues when you're setting up the oil stuff.
Extractors are wired. I don't have enough for refineries because I was laying tube and everything. So I need to come back for a resupply. And I don't even know how the heck I make rubber. I had an alternative recipe set when I was making rubber last time.
How did you know to get that? I mean, you shouldn't have known too much about rubber at the time.
I mean, I just like had it from a hard drive and it just gave me an alternative recipe. So I was like, oh, that looks cool versus what I had before. I guess I'll go ahead. Well, shoot, I should have been building my conveyor belt system. Or I'll do it on the way out there. Otherwise, I am kind of enjoying the new mouse. The fresh buttons are nice. The better sensor on it is nice. I've been running. I had just built so much of a muscle memory on that old mouse. It's kind of trippy going to this new one.
Uh-huh.
Oh, apparently there's now sprint on the zip lines.
Oh. Hey, there you go. That's a nice quality of life. Did you just go faster?
I guess. I think it's a little bit faster. Yeah, because actually that's a pretty good bit faster.
Yeah, I'm seeing it too. It's pretty good.
What
I was complaining about how slow the conveyor belt or the zip line was. Good to see.
Now, as far as I know, there's still not a way to change directions unless I'm crazy.
You just jump and turn around. I think there's really an issue with changing directions.
It's just like being able to do on it when you're, you know, above a valley and you don't want to risk dying.
Well, that's the risk of zip lines. No risk, no reward.
Yeah, you gotta put those tubes down.
Kind of a problem. I need to add more. I'm not tapping up all the coal that I can use. So I need to add more coal. But I don't have any room for the coal generator.
Man, that thing just prints screws. It's crazy. Whoops. Well, that's kind of annoying.
What was that? That
What?
didn't sound good.
I may be producing all of our steel pipes into motors.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna turn that off for a while. Well, I kind of needed like a lot of those. You know, we have all this quick wire. I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna dump it because we don't really need this much quick wire.
Yeah, they messed with the intersection of coal generators for some reason. I mean, what possesses them to do that?
What do you mean it's
Oh,
broken?
so
What?
is that something of your doing?
The thing's running?
What broke?
This is
Like the main
broken.
power grid?
Well, I guess. Well, it's working now. I'm putting things into the awesome shop, so just doing some garbage collection and while I restock. It's copper. Why do I have copper in my? Oh yeah, I picked up some copper. Delete faster.
But yeah, wasn't able to get as much work as I wanted to get done today, so it's gonna kind of suck Monday.
Yeah, I'm dealing with this UI project and kind of odd to work in a VM doing UI stuff because of the way they decided to make the activation tools and how they're very janky and very outdated practices.
That is a little weird though.
Yeah, well, like, since they had the problem of when the things are in production, technically, they are not supposed to be in the internet, so they really can't make a callback to, you know, get the DRM done. So they can
Oh,
either
sure.
just, lose that business or, you know, keep doing what they're doing or change up to doing the more modern principle, if you would. Dang. Because the DNA coupon, the DNA points are done on a different, like, XP bar thing. Killing enemies is actually kind of worth it now. You can actually, like, buy things.
What do you mean? There are new items to buy?
Well, I meant,
Or
like,
is it
it's
just
because I now have access. Oh, hey, they made rubber cheaper. How much do I get with this? 200? And 1, 2. Skip a few. All right. Yes, my work on the rubber has come full circle. Totally legitimate. All that effort I put in, all that tube I had to lay, all those pipes I had to put down.
oh, what'd you say?
Uh, Definitely got done with the rubber
What,
completely legitimately. No,
what do you
nobody,
mean? What'd you do? What are you doing? You just taking rubber out of the awesome shop or something?
Maybe.
Don't waste our awesome tickets on that. We need things like neon sign.
I already bought all of them. I bought all the
What
signs.
about concrete? Exactly.
Exactly. Concrete's unlocked in is unlocked in a research tier, I think.
Just read an article title.
Oh,
It says, The Elder Scrolls 6 will be Microsoft exclusive. FTC says. Suggests Microsoft can't be trusted.
oof.
Why is the FTC talking about the game, like the individual games? Aren't they supposed to be company-wide stuff?
Those people are wacky. These are the same crazy wacky people. Okay, question for you. Would you like concrete or asphalt?
Which one looks better? I'm all about the aesthetics, you see.
Well, there's the more expensive coated concrete.
And that looks good.
It's a little more
It'll make
expensive. You have
roofs
to wait a
out of
little
it.
while. You can get asphalt, or you can get concrete foundation now, or you can wait a while and get coated concrete.
I mean, we're already using the steel. I don't mind waiting a little bit,
All right, we'll wait.
as long as it looks nice. Because the roof of this factory looks absolutely abysmal.
You don't put concrete on a roof.
No, but we can, and we will.
But we can, and we you're like, and we will. Boy.
Just because most people don't, doesn't mean I won't.
Just because the masses won't do it doesn't mean it isn't brave. Aha. I did it. I legitimately, in this case, did legitimately put in encased steel beams.
Nice.
Now, I need more encased steel beams to continue my journey. Fun how that works, isn't it? Hey, this guy prints when I want him to.
Everything needs steel. I'm gonna grab some beef jerky. I was talking about it before.
Oh yeah, what was that brand again?
Big John's beef jerky.
This video has been sponsored by Big John's Beef Jerky.
Specifically their fatty version. You have to like specify in the notes now that you want fatty. Yeah, like, if you don't say anything, they're just gonna give you regular jerky, which it's okay, but the fatty stuff, dude. Yeah, that's part of that primitive brain triangle.
Good brain triangle. Is so carbs, fat, and protein.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking fat, protein, and sugar, but yeah, you put carbs there. Same deal. So you can take 2 of those boxes if you get the fatty version, whereas you'd only take 1 of those if you get the regular stuff. Our production flipping up and down too much.
Definitely not me. Yep, that's for sure.
Is that the awesome shop?
Yes.
Does it really use that much power?
I don't know. It's hard to tell.
I mean, it should tell you, like, right inside of it.
Well, it doesn't.
Oh, you remember I was saying? You know what? Never mind.
Hit me. I can take the truth.
Nah, it was nothing. I need God dang, this game is terrible. Cause like you go off to get something, and then by the time you get to the place you need to grab it from, you don't remember what you need.
Just
So
like
I'm
real
like, I'm up
life.
here. I'm wondering what the heck am I up here for?
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna go
came.
back down and be like, well, I can't do anything until I get it, so I'm stuck.
Yeah, it has the same problem like real life when you walk into the other room, and all of a sudden you've forgotten what you're supposed to be doing.
It's a more extreme version, man, because you just got so many different materials and junk you can grab. All right, I remember what I was here for. I need to make some power slugs.
We have 2 in the box by the hub. And there's some
Yeah, I've been
power.
putting some yellow
There's
ones.
already some power boys in there. There's already 12, bricks just sitting in there. Oh, what the hell? I pulled out something. I don't even know what the hell I was doing with it. Oh yes.
Now it's hitting you. I was gonna go overclock the coal factory. See what that does.
I'm about to say did you get all 12 of those things?
No, I grabbed 3.
Fool, you could have grabbed 12, but now you can't. The treasure is no longer available.
I mean, I've got slugs in my inventory. If worst comes to worst.
Yeah, but each plant can take up 3.
Yeah, but I'm not about to shove 3 of them in there. I don't have the resources hooked up to take that.
What you do now? That's why I like pull out like 12, power slugs. Well, each of those yellow ones pull out 2 slugs.
Yeah, and I've been adding my yellow ones to that box, so we've got a few
Does
of
the
them.
other box have some? The other box might actually have some in there. I don't know. Forget what's in these
Other
boxes.
box? That's the only box I'm aware of.
The box with the silicon coming out of it is actually my backup
Oh.
major storage. No, there's nothing in there. I gotta be careful with that box too. It's a very, very overly burdened box. Kind of just want to put those there. Yeehaw! Oh, that's sad. Well, I'll go ahead and do it anyways because you wanted it. There you go. Good luck building with. Good luck building with it. That's what you asked for, so I got you it. It's now under walls. It's under foundations.
I don't see anything on the foundations.
You have to go to the no. You have to click on the filters, and you have to click on no filter.
I don't even see filters.
So when you click on foundation, yeah, not all the channels have the that little filter tab.
Oh no. Hey, so how's that oil coming along? You're finished, right?
Stop pressuring me, boss. I'll get it done.
I mean, we shouldn't be too surprised. That sucks, though.
You get what you deserve.
That wasn't a long wait at all, though.
Oh, I had a bunch of well, because of that new DNA point thing that's separate. That was on 0. So I basically, those were like free points when I shoved a bunch of stuff in there. I had a bunch of like alien parts slaying around, so I was like clearing out the inventory.
Okay.
So that's how I got a bunch of I got like 20 points here in like the last I don't know, how long have we been playing now? Like an hour?
It hasn't been an hour. Has it?
Yeah, an hour and 15 minutes.
Like, really?
Yes. I have the stream up.
Oh my god, you're right. Man, I've been stuck in the darn coal power plant for an hour and 15 minutes. I need to get out and do something.
I don't know. Go out there and reconfigure the power grid.
I've just, almost doubled our power. We had a lot of problems with our power in here. Mostly from like when you quickly expanded it, and then you were like, "Okay, Taylor, you handle it," and you know you just kind of like disappeared for a pack of cigarettes or something. I don't know.
Layla's like the guy who goes out for a pack of smokes. He
Never comes back.
goes out the burn one, pulls out his vape pen.
But I fixed a lot of those issues that you left me with, and now our power grid's pretty strong. I don't know what'll happen when we run out of like biofuel. Probably nothing good though.
Oh, that's where we need batteries. Oh shoot, I meant to go get some stators for the batteries.
I mean, we're only meeting, like, we're meeting a little over half of our, like, our consumption's a little over half of our production. So we can almost double our consumption, which is pretty good. I mean, we're consuming quite a bit. And the other power grid, yeah, it's doing pretty good. It's about the same, a little over half power usage, so we have a significantly stronger power grid that we shouldn't have to worry about for quite a while.
Oh, I've been meaning to ask, has the sleeping situation been resolved at all, or is it still a problem?
No, it's not really resolved.
Well,
I went to the what do you call them? ENT. I was like, hey, my nose is whistling, and when I breathe, it's really loud. And when I'm relaxed, trying to sleep, it's actually kind of hard to breathe
oh,
through one side of my nose, right? I go to the ENT, I tell them this. They're like, yeah, we can try to, resolve that issue. I mean, they're suggesting some like chemical thing. It's like, you just put it in the nose, it burns, singes the flesh in there, which causes it to constrict, and then you can breathe better because there's better flow. You're in and out in like 30 minutes. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that sounds fine. And I was like, yeah, just let me know how much it costs and all that, because with healthcare, you never know. They might
yeah.
legitimately try to like murder you with the bill. Bunch of like mafia members. And if you get your kneecap replaced and you can't pay for it, you come back and take them back.
You
But
didn't pay. Yeah.
I tell them that, and I get a call like a day later or so, and they're like, "Hey, so your insurance doesn't take the procedure. They don't really approve of it. Like, so you'd be looking to pay about $1,300 out of pocket."
Ugh.
I'm just thinking $1,300 to do these like tiny little chemical strips,
Yeah.
singe some flesh. $1,300 in and out, 30 minutes. $1,300.
You're gonna pay them
Who's
all.
getting paid $2,600 an hour? Who? I'm not personally trying to contract Jeff Bezos to do my darn surgery. And I mean, it's hardly even surgery, It's like,
You should go see what a flight to the Philippines cost.
well, the flight to the Philippines is a heck of a lot more junk going on than 2 little chemical strips. Probably make in your backyard.
Oh, make them in your backyard. Get some like YouTuber chemist or something like that.
That'd be funny. But yeah, so basically I was like, no, screw that. I don't have that kind of money, so yeah, I don't know. There's other problems I need to go address too, but hopefully it's nothing that should kill me, so just crappier quality of life. It does kind of piss me off, healthcare in this country.
Yeah. Well, it's never gonna get better in the current state.
No, it won't.
It's built on the practice of handing out all these things and do all these other stuff, and hand over fist, it's just terrible.
There's just so much money. And when you tell people to give up that money, they're going to say no. And by people, I mean executives. Pretty much just those people.
Just those guys, no one else.
Like, 40 people in the whole country who are saying no. That's all it takes. But now I'm sounding cynical, so Anyways, how's oil coming along?
Well, I ran out of pipe again. I'm telling you, this stuff here just like eats pipe, and no, not even including like how much encased steel beam I'm still missing. So I
What, are you
got
piping the oil all the way back?
so I got some conveyor belt running.
Oh.
Some, yeah, it's not very good conveyor belt.
What are you using the pipes for?
Well, I was laying down some hypertube for one, and then
Oh, okay.
and then when you get over there,
Yeah,
you
I
actually
get
need
you.
to lay out some pipe for. Well, you need to lay out some actual pipeline pipe.
Yeah, I thought that's what you're doing. I'm like, well, shoot, that shouldn't take
I,
that much.
I can't get to
but-
that part because I keep trying to build a hypertube.
Yeah, I get you. That makes sense now.
What?
I'm not going to tell you to stop because we definitely need a hyper tube over there. Like, that's essential
Where the hell do you
to get to our
connect this
power.
to? All right, so where would you like plastics and rubbers to come into? Like, which line should I put them down?
I don't know. Just get them to the base.
And...
We have like 15,000 different belt pipelines.
Yeah,
You can just
that's why it's a
find
bit
one of 'em.
confusing.
There is no confusion. Just be decisive. Choose one.
just make decisions, you know. And then if you make the bad decision, we're gonna call you out for it.
I'm not your employer. Just as long as you don't delete the pipeline itself, I'm not going to care. If you just add on to it, you know, no big deal. No big deal at all.
I won't yell at you unless you do it wrong after the fact. Man comes over here, tells me he's laying pipe. I'm like, cool. And then he's like, how should I lay this pipe? I'm like, I don't know how you want to lay this pipe.
You're the professional pipe layer. That's like your whole shtick.
That's the only comedic beat that you know right now. Of course you know how to lay pipe.
I mean, those are your words.
Conveyor belts? You're damn right he knows how to use conveyor belts. Ah, shit. When it does that to me. I'm just trying to burn resources right now. All right.
No. Why am I doing this?
Yeah,
Why
that's
am
that's what I've been kind of like asking to myself. I'm like, if I stop him, he probably will, you know, question things or something.
No. Like, okay, we need steel. You're probably aware of the massive deficit of steel that we're missing, right?
And you're probably aware of the
why am I
massive
wasting-
deficit of plastic and rubbers that we're having here soon.
Well, it's not. That's not even a deficit. We just don't have that. But like, here I am trying to make our coal better, when really I should be making our steel better so I can make our coal better.
Hey, can you make manufacturing and get computers going while you're at it?
No,
Oh.
we need steel first. We have a huge steel bottleneck. I gotta go fix that. Which means I need to get a bunch of
while you're doing
conveyor
that steel bottleneck, also get heavy modular frames working as well?
Don't we have modular frames?
Not heavy modular frames. They require more steel.
Well, I'm working on it. I don't know if I'll do heavy ones. I'm gonna start with steel, and we'll see what happens after that. I don't know how long that's gonna take.
Bruh. As I read
See, the
neon
problem is I
sign-
need steel to increase our steel because I need to make them conveyor belt Mark 3s. What do we need for Mark 4s? Just plastic
encased steel
components?
beams.
Oh no, it's worse.
I know. Yeah, it's like that said that like 4 times today. It only
Well,
gets
you know,
worse.
I'm trying to like not actually commit that to memory because every time I hear it, it's terrible. I don't want to I don't want to absorb the terribleness, you know.
All
I
right.
must stay ignorant.
I'm gonna stay ignorant to this problem so I can put it off even further longer.
Exactly. Alright, let me go steal all the steel we have in the darn base.
There's definitely no more steel over here.
It won't be for long. Oh no, I have no inventory space.
Oh, even better.
Crap. Someone's coming. I gotta take it all first.
You gotta take it off for some. No, there was only one in here. Where the hell is the
Was
rest
there
going?
really only one?
Oh no,
I
Taylor! It
this-
keeps getting converted into screws. All the steel is screws, Taylor. Oh no!
Just took it all from this machine. Here, I can patch you something. Here you go. I passed you some. That's all I can spare, though. In fact, I'm a little hesitant to even spare that amount, but
I'm good on. I'm good on. Well, I need. Well, conveyors are like getting plastics and rubbers over here is going to be very,
oh, don't do
very.
the conveyor belt 3s. Do conveyor belt 2s for that. I know
Um,
it sucks, but like we just don't have the steel for that. Like our steel pipeline doesn't have conveyor belt 3s. That needs to be conveyor belt 3s first.
yeah, I've been slowly converting the stuff inside the factory in the threes.
Yeah, so have I actually. I'm kind of surprised to hear that you've been doing it too. Just how much crap is in this factory?
Yeah. Although I did warn about this earlier. Oh yes, I need to do that. Yes.
I will start. Well, we
Here
have
they go.
4 steel pipelines. We could be making more, honestly. I'm looking down below. We have like an almost entirely unused. We do. We have an entire pipeline that's unused right now. Okay, well maybe it's not completely unused. Anyways, I'm gonna upgrade one of them.
Well, at least I'll get some steel back when I convert all of them to Mark II conveyors.
It is a sad day when you hit to downgrade.
Well, more like some of them are Mark 1s and some are Mark 3s. So, on just that particular line, so you're gonna have fun with that. I need to encase steel beams. Oh, phew, there's at least some in here. Holy smokes. I thought I was about to be more than disappointed.
I tossed you like 175.
Encase steel beam?
Just regular ones, I think. Yeah,
I don't even know if I picked those up or not.
Well, they're sitting there, regardless.
I might be fine without them for the moment. Depending on if I can build a refinery. Yes, I can build refineries. So those are good. I need to build one more extractor. I'm going to need to lay down power line and a battery. So I can build those. I'll have to start building batteries down by the power plant when the biofuel generators go.
Yeah, I'll leave that.
But those will put up a, when I put those down, I can't put those down all at once because they'll put at because they're batteries, they have to suck things out first before they can be used. But when they're full, they don't use electricity, so they become a buffer when the capacity is maxed. So it's one of those things like.
But can they crash the power grid if they all activate at once?
If they'll pull on it when they have enough, when there's more positive flow to them or away from them. So,
okay, so basically they're only going to cap the power grid. They'll never go beyond that. Like they're not all going to trigger and then crash the power grid while they're trying to charge up, right?
Well, they charge at a fixed rate, so they don't just like suck up as much as they can. They charge up at a fixed rate.
Yeah, but I'm asking what happens if they do, because if they all crash the power grid, even if you put a whole bunch, if they discharge all at the same time,
that's what I'm saying here is that I can't put down probably more than like. So they each take up 100 megawatts of like they'll pull 100 megawatts at a time until they're.
So how do they discharge? Do they discharge
when the power grid?
time?
So when the power grid.
I'm not asking when. I'm asking how.
Okay, so when the power itself is suddenly hitting that capacity, they'll spit it back to the grid as the power demand is there. So they only take up surplus power.
So what I'm asking again is not the how, or not the when, but the how. How do they discharge? Is it going to be one discharges, and then when that one's done, the next one discharges?
They're fairly.
Or do they all discharge
They're kind
at the
of
same
uniformed in that nature when it's just like how that system works when it like.
So they all discharge at the same time.
Yes.
Okay, so that can crash our power grid if we have a whole bunch of batteries.
If you have. In that sense, yeah. So the idea is that if you're going to be more likely to disconnect parts of the grid at a time, and you would just like be able to use that as a recovery. So if a fuse breaks, but those things still have power, they'll still dump power into the grid.
Okay.
So
as long as they're on like a separate grid or subgrid, we can turn it off if we need to. That'll be fine.
Yeah, so that's why like I'm idealizing replacing that the part where the biofuel generators are with the batteries slowly, of course.
Yeah, yeah, I get you.
So as one dies, replace it, and then probably only put like 4 or 5 in there.
Yeah, I'm on the same page now. I just didn't understand the mechanics of batteries. Like
Yeah. So
in
they'll actually
Factorio, for example, they will take all the power that you have in excess, but they'll never go beyond that. It's like if you have, 100 megawatts in excess, they're going to charge at 100 megawatts, however, as you produce it.
all
If
right.
that makes sense. Sounds
Actually,
like it's a little different here. So
maybe I'm just explaining it poorly.
okay, we now have a steel pipeline that's entirely Mark III's. That took almost 1,000 steel beams. But on the bright side, I should be able to double the steel coming through there, which will be huge gains.
Gains?
Big gains. Lots of big gains. Okay, there's a bit of an issue though.
Yeah.
The coal may not be coming in quick enough. Because that's not on conveyor belt 3s. Well, that's a problem for me in a minute.
Yeah, so right now I put down a battery next to the power biogenerators. So it's taking up 100 megawatts on charge, and it's going to take an hour to fully charge. So it puts that in
Like in real
constant.
time?
Yes, so it gives us a time till full charge. So in real time, it'll take an hour for this in-game virtual battery to charge up.
Yeah, that's like a crazy amount of
I have to really raise the roof on this thing. Oh, don't get distracted. Don't get distracted. Work on oil.
What you doing? This game does it to you. It's like a constant nagging feeling.
It's also it's very reminiscent of like you got to work on a new feature in a program kind of thing.
If you say so.
Well, I don't know how you get those, but
I typically do one feature at a time and focus on it. I'm pretty good at focusing on those. I get like a mental map going on. It's like one of the few things in life that I do that for. Or can do that for, rather. Okay, well, I fell. And now I think that there's... Yep, there's a whole bunch of crate icons now.
oh, you died?
No, I'm a full inventory. It's worse.
Oh, what the fuck? Taylor, stop that shit.
I have a full inventory.
Taylor, when you got the shit.
Gotta start tossing these, and it doesn't even tell me when it happens. I only find out after the fact. It's like it would have been nice if there's a little notification being like, hey, we're spawning map icons to annoy you. It's really unnecessary, you know? And we just got rid of the previous ones too. Or at least most of them. Oh man, I didn't realize the coal came from so far away. Okay, well, that's gonna be a minute. I'm gonna need a lot more steel beams. But once I get them and some more rotors, we'll be in good shape.
Oh, I don't have power on my tubes over here. Shoot. Because I put it on a separate grid.
I don't have any way to get those crates.
You don't have any way of getting those crates?
Yeah, because they're like crammed in between a bunch of conveyor belts. So like I can't really walk on that conveyor belt to get them.
Huh. There's a pod up there.
Only there was like a beam I could use. Just like beam all the all the crates to me. Oh, you know what?
Ah,
Screw it. I'll get it when we have a jetpack.
we're not too far away from that. Probably not tonight, but...
Well, we'll just have to put up with all those icons. But hey, at least we can see where the pipeline is.
Oh, I didn't grab regular steel plates. I can get a bunch of them, though. Refinery. Holy smoke, you big boy.
These pipes sure are nice. Now you need to start putting giant neon signs above them.
Go ahead. You have access to them. What the fuck am I supposed to be making here? Holy smokes. Oh, yes, that is right.
What?
Oh. Ah! There's a guy trying to kill me. Hold on.
Do what?
I'm being killed. Hold on. This is the tricky piece here. So... can I even get a guy out of this thing? Oh, it's too long. Yes, here we go. Huh? Oh, I don't need a manufacturer here. No, organize. Nope. Oh, that's what I wanted, the big guy. Logistics.
Hmm. Gonna put some temporary storage that will probably become permanent. I don't get how storage is underneath the what was that section? It's underneath the organization section instead of the logistics section. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Okay, I can do this. I need to sneeze.
Oh, I see.
Thanks. Yes. I can't even put down that. Oh, I need rubber. So, fun thing when you're making oil and oil-related accessories, most of the recipes require the release of residual oil. And you can't just dump it. You can't just like pour it out into the environment. It won't let you. So you have to make it go into things like another refinery or a plant or a fluid buffer in my case. Which, though taxing on the resources, is an essential part. And you basically have to kind of store your waste. And it's not easy to really manage all the time. So, what the heck? So at some point, I'm going to have to take from this waste all this extra oil to go to a oil plant at some point, when we get those done. Because right now, the hardest thing that we need, that's very important, are those computers. All those computers that I've dumped into that are the ones that I picked up from around pods and stuff. But they're really taxing to make because they either require the quartz computer stuff from the assembler, or they require the manufacturer computer, which requires a lot of extra crap. So, I'm actually at a point where I can pause oil production, or would you like plastics or rubbers right now?
Look, man, you do your thing. You get whatever you think you need to get. I just want more power. I want unlimited power. But if we can't have unlimited power, you can do whatever you need. I, on the other hand, am going to work on fleshing out our steel production because we have a huge need there. But do whatever you think is best. I'll leave the decision up to you. You got to work on the decisiveness, anyways. By the end of this session, you'll be making decisions like a CEO without anyone's consent.
Okay.
I mean, I appreciate you asking, but yeah, I think you can choose.
All right. So it's not affordable right now to run the we need the computer to not expand that power network, because it's going to be better to just dump the residual fuel right into the generators versus trying to store it all and have this rigmarole, which means getting a quartz pipeline set up. Oh, gotta pay the piper eventually.
There is. Do we even have a place for just regular steel pipes?
You just need steel pipes?
I don't think we have anything like that.
There is one supply of steel pipes up on the top. I disconnected it from the stator line because they were just kind of taxing.
Yeah, our steel is like completely drained right now. It's really sad to see. Oh boy. Okay, well, once I finish this, steel production is gonna look nice, much nicer. Hopefully, it won't kill our power either. But no guarantees on that part. Cool. We have lots of steel pipes now.
You gonna get anything good for Christmas?
Probably not gonna get anything.
Oh, well, you're not gonna get yourself anything either?
I mean, I've already got everything I want. I buy things as I want them.
On demand?
I would like to have a lot more things, but I don't have the living space for it, so I can't really have that many physical goods. Kind of sucks.
Oh, yeah. Did you ever resolve... Oh, so you canceled that fridge thing from like months ago. Did you ever decide on that again?
Nah, screw it. I'm fine with what I got. Just share the fridge. I tend to keep my food amount pretty low, which honestly, when I have my own fridge, it gets kind of bad where I just sort of stockpile food and I'll be like, because, I enjoy eating a variety of food. It tends to be pretty healthy to eat a good variety of food as well, not eat the same thing over and over. So I tend to buy a whole bunch of junk, and if I have my own fridge and storage place, I fill it up with a whole bunch of variety of junk. I guess the point where things start expiring on me.
Ah, yeah.
So honestly, it probably is better for me just to keep the limited space.
Makes
Which
sense.
I mean, it's more than enough for a few weeks of food if I needed it. So it's not like it's not like I'm missing out on a whole lot. Yeah, like how do you do food? Do you just
My meal prep?
do you
I mean,
buy all
even
your food?
yeah, well,
Do
even
you have the
between
space for it all?
even between the parents and I, there's still more than enough.
Fridge space?
Yeah. It's so funny thing. So I put my meal prep on the top shelf inside the same containers that they use for leftovers and stuff that are on the house.
Okay.
So mom had made some grilled chicken for herself. She'll do it for like 2 days in advance and everything, just because it's easier to cook a bunch at once, rather than to turn the grill on and off and all that rigmarole. So she decided to put her chicken for the next 2 days for her salads in the same exact spot where I put my meal prep in the same exact type of containers. So I had grilled chicken one day for lunch unexpectedly. I get a
I
text
mean,
I get a text saying, "Hey, do you have my grilled chicken?" And I'm like, why would I have someone's grilled chicken? So I went to go check, and lo and behold, there was some grilled chicken in a container in my lunchbox.
oh no. Dang.
So that was quite the unique lunch, to say the least.
Like grilled chicken sounds pretty good to me, even if it is stolen.
Fortunately, there was some paper plates from a previous little leftover and some Chick-fil-A honey mustard that I was able to take the benefits of. So
Or
yeah,
you can't eat chicken raw. Well, when I say
it
raw, I
it was
mean
cooked grilled
obviously.
chicken, but
Yeah. But
put it
when
in
I
the
say raw, I
microwave.
mean no sauce.
No,
Not raw as in not cooked.
I can't do without something to cook it with. Oh, why is the
Uh-oh.
fuse broken? It shouldn't be broken.
That
That's a
is a
lie.
good
Don't listen to
question.
it.
Why?
It's lying to you.
It is lying to us. We're not even close to hitting our max.
It's because I turned off the hub grid.
This game. Anyways, back to upgrading my belts.
Oh, you're not making copper sheets, are you?
I feel like they're made somewhere. I just can't remember. That
I'm
was
the
so
only
long
one
ago.
making them currently, and that's all in the hub grid.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess I didn't need them.
That's
I was making them by a refinery, I think, but again, not really important.
You're making tons of concrete, though. I'm going to, besides the copper, turn off the other iron smelters, or miners, because there's a large chunk of those just not being used.
I mean, they sit idle. They don't take up any power. There's no reason to turn them off.
Well, I want to clear out the line so that I can.
Why?
I want to be able to take it down and reconfigure it later. I don't want to move all that resource and material.
And take it down when you're ready to reconfigure it.
Yeah, when it's empty. Also, I need to leave
That's
the
by
copper
the hub,
going.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I mean, go for it then. What? How did it... Why?
That's interesting. If you look at the power poles now, you can see the battery addition to it. Oh, you can see which direction the battery goes. Oh, that's cool. There's a little arrow.
Why does the max consumption look like it's 7,000 or 700 megawatts?
Max consumption. Where are you seeing 700? Oh, you're looking at regular consumption?
Yeah, I was looking at the blue line thinking the gray line was consumption, but that's our production, so never mind.
Or
Yeah.
production is the black on the gray line's the capacity.
Yeah, but I just don't understand why our power grid keeps failing when we're like barely even halfway.
Oh, that's me turning on and off the subgrids.
It crashes it every time, really?
Yep. Oh, I mean, you're seeing it as like I'm seeing it, so.
Yeah, that's weird. Well, I guess, something to keep in mind, I guess.
So yes, I need to get my expanded power infrastructure section going. It's all up to you. Only you can prevent wildfires. Oh, this guy doesn't
Well, you
have
can
power.
devastate the entire planet's resources.
All
Do
right,
it
Boomer.
for the company.
Do it for Fisk Industries.
Alright, tell me.
Yes.
Are you a food kind of guy or a bar kind of guy?
Am I a what?
Are you a food kind of guy or are you a bar kind of guy?
Oh, a foo bar?
No, a foo or a bar. Which one are you?
That's quite the
Programming
intense
for
question.
you. Yeah, it's an interview question. We're interviewing you
Interview
now.
question.
You're gonna get the job. Better be a good answer.
It better be a good answer. Man, you're really putting me on the spot there. Either or can satisfy multiple conditions, so
Yeah, but at this company we're only one. So
we're only one. Are you left Twix or right Twix?
exactly. Good way to put it. The programming equivalent, essentially.
Interesting. Every time I make that noise, it's me about to break my legs. Break his
Interesting.
legs.
We usually say that. When I'm about to experience death, but you know. Speaking
should-
of which, did I tell you about how I almost died?
Huh?
On hang on, I'm still parsing the thought. When the Friday, Black Friday. Or no, I guess it would be Thanksgiving night specifically, actually, not Black Friday, because it was still night. Yeah, did I told you about how I nearly died on Thanksgiving?
What?
Probably the closest I ever got to death.
No.
So it's not too interesting, really. But essentially,
Not too interesting.
Oh, hold on. Just listen. So basically, on Thanksgiving, right, we have a family dinner.
Yeah.
So I go to the family dinner, and I have to drive through Atlanta and all that jazz. So it's about like an hour 15, hour 30, whatever. I think I mentioned it before, but it's somewhere in that range of time. So I go there. Nothing really happens. I go to the Thanksgiving dinner, and I call my granddad on the other side of the family. So basically I went to go see both grandfathers, and one was on the mother's side, the other's on the father's side.
Yeah.
So I go visit the mother's side, and then I go to the father's side. And well, I call the one on my father's side, and I tell him like, hey, we good to meet up, because he wasn't getting back to me. And he said, yeah, why don't you come on over tonight? I'm like, okay, sure, no problem. I'll come over after the dinner or whatever. So I leave at like 7 o'clock, and I realize, I don't have any shampoo, I don't have any toothpaste, I don't have anything like that. So I'm like, okay, I need to find a place in the general area, to grab that stuff.
Yeah, the hygienics.
Yeah, to stay over unexpectedly. And anyways, right through Douglasville, I believe, because I think I was in like the Villa Rica area, and I was traveling to Noonan. I mean, it's like the outskirts of Noonan. It was like somewhere along the border of it. But anyways, so between there, it was like a 60-minute drive or something like that, 40-minute drive. And there was a Dollar General along it. So I go stop by this Dollar General about halfway through the trip and grab my junk. Nothing as interesting has happened yet. I get the stuff, I go out, and I take a turn, and as I'm driving down the road, getting up to speed, I look off in the distance, and mind you, at this time it's like 9 o'clock, 8 or 9 o'clock, so it's completely dark out at this time of year. And all I can see on the road are the headlights of a car, of multiple cars. Multiple cars are coming around a bend. And so I was looking at that as I was getting on, and something in my brain was like, something's not quite right here. Something's off. And I was like, what's wrong? I'm looking at these cars, and it's like, they're coming around a bend, so I wasn't sure if it was like the illusion of, them turning or whatever, but it looked like one of them was in my lane.
Huh.
And so I'm looking at this, and it couldn't have been more than like maybe a second, probably 2 seconds, maybe. It was not very long until I realized that there was someone in my lane coming at me very quickly at like 60 plus miles per hour in my lane. And like, I'm getting up to speed, right? I'm probably about 30 miles an hour right now, still getting up to speed when I see that. And I'm like, oh crap. He was barreling towards me. Luckily, to my right, there was a gas station. Everything was, well lit where I was. The dude was coming in from like complete darkness though, around the corner. And I managed to get into that thing just in time before he slammed into me. He did not stop at all. He was not slowing down, was not braking. I guess he was passing someone, but it was a double yellow line. And yeah, I don't even think I got fully out of the lane before they passed me. Like, it was that close. If I had been any slower in moving over, I very well could have experienced a very nasty crash.
Yeah, head-on collision.
Me going 30, him going 60 at me head on.
Was he driving a big
head on.
truck
That
or
would
something?
not have been. What was that?
What was he driving? Do you know?
I do know. It was a freaking Charger.
Oh.
I was like, of course. Of all the cars, of course it was a freaking Charger. I shouldn't be surprised, but I was. God dang, man. I'll tell you what, that definitely gets your blood pumping when you see
that adrenaline just like spikes up all of a sudden, and that stays in your system for hours.
Yep. It was not very nice, but yeah, I was very, very close. That, like, I'll send you, if you remind me later, I'll send you the Google Maps of that location. You'll see there was not very much space to make that decision, and
Like
both ends were turns, so it was like that stretch was not long enough. But you'll see. Anyways, so yeah, I got pretty close to.
That's just an average day in Atlanta, that's for sure, or Georgia, really.
Yeah. If it wouldn't kill me, it'd probably cripple me though. So I'm very glad that I just happened to be in a very nice spot, because that gas station, it wasn't a problem for me to turn into that last second, right? I wasn't going off the road or anything, but yeah, that was really nasty. The dude stayed in my lane too after he passed me. Just stayed in the lane until he passed the other curve.
Yeah, that's sucky.
Freaking people, man. Some people need to be like, they don't need to. They don't need to be driving.
Yeah, well, that's the world you live in. You live in a car-dependent world. That's just the things we gotta live with.
To be fair, if it wasn't a car, I mean, how else am I gonna make that 2-hour trip? It'd be nice if there was trains, but when you go to these obscure places,
Yeah, these overly rural areas.
yeah, like I'm talking rural part of Villarica to rural part of Noonan. you know,
Yeah.
it's like two,
How did
two.
you manage to get the two rural parts of these areas?
Yeah, exactly. The grandparents, I guess, like
Quiet.
the less active areas.
Yeah, that's a weird thing for old people, though. Just want to be out there in the middle of nowhere.
It's either that or they purchased their house for so long and just hasn't grown. It's like,
But the area.
they're old, right? So it's like when they bought the house, nowhere was very popular. So to them, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Now it's like they just happen to be in the one place that didn't experience as much growth. That's how I think of it, anyways. Don't know if it's accurate.
Well, they made land so cheap with federally subsidized everything. It just became hard to get away from any of that. So it's like you basically almost can't get away from, you know, government subsidized housing just because of the way the systems are, you know, basically designed. Everything today's got to be government subsidized because, having sound money and solvency
We barely
is
have government subsidies. What are you talking about? As far as housing
everything.
goes,
Yeah, basically everything these days is somehow
there's like
government
Section 8
subsidized.
housing, but like, yeah,
I'm just talking about like the ability to like go with like your limitations in life are just basically because of those subsidies. In other ways, it's not necessarily there's a direct subsidies on that type of housing, but all the ones that surround it that enable that type of housing.
I don't know. I feel like you're trying to make a case against subsidies here.
There is
Listen,
a
if the
case
farmers
against
get a
subsidies.
trillion, if a farmers get $1 trillion of subsidies, the 2 million they're handing me, not a big deal.
Well, that's the point. It's like, well, in that case, just let farmers, sell to the market at the pricing of the market sets. Just like
Yeah,
why
but they
bother?
don't want that because then you got rising food prices, and first of all, that hits the poor people the most. Second of all, uh, they want to, you get a much more docile population if they're all well fed. So
They're all well fed.
I
Thinking
mean,
like a
if everyone's
politician now, aren't
starving,
you?
we're gonna be all out on the streets eating the rich. If we can't eat our own food. So yeah, I mean,
Well, we
they
can't
have a
let the
very
poor go hungry because that'll make us look bad.
they have a very well vested interest in making sure that doesn't happen. Okay, we got 2 more steel. Now I just need to combine them. We'll be pretty good.
In the off chance that you need plastics or oil, you...
I need plastics.
Alright, to go check on it again. I don't think I can turn it on just yet. How much? What
Okay,
do you
there
need
we
plastics
go.
for?
Concrete.
Oh yeah, that can wait. I
Yeah, it's
suddenly
not a
realized that it's not important all of a sudden.
yeah, I'll give you that. That's fine. But I mean, it doesn't stop the need, you see.
Oh, I guess I can start putting up signs for the. Oh, I don't have any resources to make signs. Yeah, so plastic and rubbers can now come over? Question mark. You know what? We're gonna turn it on and see what happens.
I mean, watch the power grid.
Yeah, watch that and see what
Ooh.
happens.
Everything's okay. Nope, there it goes. It's
That's
spiked up.
2 extractors. Oh shoot, the one extractor needs to be turned off. Well, I don't think no, yeah, nothing's gonna come over here just yet because of the way production works. Dang, you should see this tube. It's crazy long.
That's good. I can't believe it takes an hour of real time to charge a battery. It take an hour to discharge. It better take an hour to discharge. That's insane. This game has got some like Clash of Clan timing going on here. I don't know how I feel about it.
And oh shoot. Good thing we got the perfect spot for production over here because also requires a water pump extractor. Where are those water extractors? Here we go. Oh boy, Taylor. Guess what?
What's
We
up?
got plastic.
Ooh, that's good.
We also have a big, giant stake in the power grid now. Holy smokes, that's like almost 200 megawatts I just shoved on the grid.
Oh no, we don't have that. Oh no. I'm shoving power on the grid. That's my 200 megawatts. No, we're fine. We got another light. Wait, why is our max consumption suddenly... Oh no. That max consumption.
No, the capacity is still going up.
I still don't understand the capacity though. It's like, is that how much we can use? Is
The
production like low because we're just not using that much?
You know what? Might need a user manual for that one. It always confuses me. It makes sense and then it doesn't make sense all of a sudden.
Yeah, let me Google this because like if capacity is like if we can use up to capacity, we're in really good shape. If we can use up to production, we've got some upgrades we need. But hey, at least the base is running pretty smoothly now. So I mean, like it's not cutting on and off every few minutes. Let's see, power capacity. What does
I
it
did
mean?
put down another battery, by the way. You have plastics coming. Look for them on the middle shelf. Off to one on the side, you'll see them.
Let's see, power capacity versus production. What does it mean? Production and consumption do not count batteries. Production is only what generators produce. Capacity is what generators can produce. So in other words, we should be in really good shape. Can you put like another 500 megawatts on the system? So we can test the theory.
Give me a few minutes, because I'm building another refinery right now, actually.
You need to build like 20 more refineries. Well, I don't know. Let's see if it crashes. Because I mean, if it really is capacity, then like we're doing really good. Well, our capacity just dived down to 1,500 for some reason. If that happens, things are going to crash.
That's what the batteries help support.
Oh yeah, good point. Too bad they take an hour to charge. And it's flipping between 2 hours, which is making me worried.
You sure you want me to load up the system?
We gotta test it somehow.
Alright, give me a moment. I'm thinking I'm loading one of those guys, so I need to get more of you.
Just temporarily, right? You're not like...
I'll have it set up to, be turned on and offable, because I have that switch. So I can just turn this whole thing off whenever I need to.
Is it really gonna take 500 megawatts, though?
Let's think here. That's 30, and that's 40. No, I can't. Well, one extractor is needed for this thing. This thing's being built really poorly. Wow, I feel silly now.
Okay, let's see. Each smelter produces 30 ingots a minute. Each smelter uses 40. So 2 smelters produces in excess of 20. So 4 would produce enough to support a whole brand new thing. Okay, so...
One of the big power things that's going to happen with the this plant over here, I will probably have to reconfigure it a little bit. Oh shoot, I don't have. Oh no, oh no, I didn't put down the things.
Well, why do you need to reconfigure it?
I didn't. I wasn't ready to put it down yet, and then you're like, test it.
Oh, that's fine.
Why aren't you getting crude oil? Where's my oil? 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 Okay, it just was broken. The line was broken. I had clicked it, but it wasn't clicked.
I'm kind of surprised this game doesn't lag as much as it should. Especially given that I'm running on like an old Intel.
Set Epic Games Unreal Engine, powered by your sponsor of today's thing, Big Joe's Beef. That's right, Big Joe once again coming out. Yeah,
Big John.
Oh, Big John coming at you once again with his...
One of those generic names, you know. Can't be helped. They really do good beef jerky, though. Well, I managed to add a whole bunch to the power grid as well. Can you undo a delete?
No, I mean you just put it back down.
Yeah, but if it's a splitter, it doesn't connect.
Have fun.
I'm not.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? Were you having fun? Why aren't you having fun?
Company doesn't.
You know those memes where it's like when your friend's not having fun at the sleepover, and it's like, what? What are you doing? What are you talking about? We had the pizza. We had everything. Why aren't you having fun? Neat. We got rubber and plastic. But yeah, I want to reorder this because the fluid buffers are... They just need their own little nesting ground. And I didn't mean to make this guy so big and so long. And I'm not even using up all the oil spots. There's still one more. It's always kind of out of the way to get to. Huh. I would have sworn that changed positions. Maybe I didn't mean to do that. Oh, well, it is just right here. Oh, wait. I need to make more ammo.
Wow, is that still not enough to fill up the line? Dang, I need another. Wow, this is insane.
What are you trying to do?
Just trying to max out the
Just put more batteries
steel.
down. Oh, you're trying to max out the steel.
Yeah, not the power. The yeah, the steel line has little gaps in it, so I need a whole nother forge. I added 2 new forges or foundries, and it's still not enough. It's like amazing to me. But man, we're about to have steel for days. Let me tell you.
Don't give me hope.
At least that one line is gonna have a lot. Honestly, it looks like it's taking it all too. So whatever the heck is on the other end of that is definitely using it all.
Oh, you're talking about the
If I
power?
recall. No, the steel. If I recall though, that steel line, the one that I chose was the most used one. It was producing all of our steel beams, so it's gonna be going to good use. Let's add one final foundry.
I guess you technically can flush the whole pipeline of fuel, but it's kind of like if you're so close to, you know, oil, might as well keep it going, right?
Flush the whole thing with fuel? What do you mean?
All the residual fuel, you can technically flush it, and which actually kind of deletes it.
Flush it?
Yes, you can flush the pipes. If you click on the pipes, you get that flush.
Well, what fuel would you be flushing?
The residual fuel.
Residual fuel? Is that like a byproduct of
Yeah, making
oil?
you put in crude oil, you get down the polymer resin, and then you get residual fuel as a result.
Okay. Gotcha.
So you have a waste
more of that.
product you have to start managing. This is where like kind of introduces that.
When you were saying like residual fuel, I thought that was like code word for like liquid coal or something. And I was just like trying to wrap my head around why.
I guess
I just didn't know that was part of the process.
Yeah. So you can make residual fuel out of the the heavy oil residue. But yes, making the polymer is actually causing a result of residual fuel byproduct.
But we can use that for
Oil, yes.
power,
The
right?
oil, yeah, the oil power, and you also use it for the jetpacks.
Yeah, so it's good stuff.
But then it's like, because you need this to make the power plant material, there's now a process of either deciding to store it in excess, or
Yeah, store it. Is it that expensive to store it?
yeah, because you end up making a lot, like a lot. Like
No.
there's a bigger fluid
Yeah, I don't
buffer repository you can make that we can unlock that would be really helpful right now.
I mean, rather than storing it, can we just use it to make more power? What's the problem with that?
Well, we don't have the oil yet. We don't have the oil power plant. So
Oh, we can't make. What? I thought we unlocked that. That's why you were working towards oil, because we had the ability.
yeah,
to
so
do it, right?
yeah, but now we have oil refineries and extractors, but the milestone that we're currently working on to expand that power infrastructure is what gives us that. That's why I said we need computers and heavy metal
I see.
or heavy
now.
reinforced frames.
Can we manually make some computers?
It's a bitch. It really is.
Oh man.
It takes forever. Oh, mind you, that circuit boards take plastic to make. So you gotta make circuit boards, and then you have to look at the recipe, but then you can make computers.
Well, I'm working on fixing steel, which is an absolutely crucial material that we're running through and don't have enough of.
So circuit boards require copper sheet and plastic, and then you need screws, cable, and plastic. More plastic to make the computers. That's why the alternative recipe that we have is really awesome, because that means I can substitute a lot of the plastic for quartz. So you can basically chop down the number of resources needed by one, well, not by one, by alternative ones. So like we can make the quartz crystal oscillators, and those actually this makes us use one additional resource to make sure that we can avoid a manufacturer for making computers. So you can use one additional resource to make your pipeline a little more complex, to actually save a little bit on power and making a manufacturer, because manufacturers are really expensive to make.
I'm gonna have to come back to you on that one. I'm on step, make our steel better. You're talking about step, make our power better. That's
A lot more.
too far for me.
So that's why I started the day off saying the wacky things I was saying. Not including the crazy things that we're going to have to do to get the next phase of the elevator done.
I mean, do we need to go on? We can just stop here. We've satisfied enough. We have a satisfactory now, isn't that the goal?
It's not enough. Huh. The question is, where are my... Oh. They're not stuck, are they? Whoops.
You know what? I'm glad that they never implemented maintenance.
Like repairs and stuff?
Yeah, that's something that I think a lot of these developers would want to try to do. And I'm glad none of them have. With like, Factorio, Satisfactory, and the other game that has automated machines. Those are the only two I can think of, but still. There's no maintenance.
We gotta repair a conveyor line. We gotta upgrade to the conveyor Mark II repair mode. Then you gotta go, then you repeat the same process and you do it on Mark III. And Mark
And you
IIIs
just
don't
like,
start
oh.
with repair, so you gotta unlock the repair mode on Mark IIIs as well.
You'd be minding your own business, suddenly power cuts out, and you're like, oh, why is that? It's going to turn out that one of your coal generators is broken. Gotta go repair it. You know, good old, like, Sims fashion. And your oven's broken suddenly for some reason. Gotta go
Oh no,
repair
my
it.
guy died. Oh, that's so terrible. Why is he dead?
Well, I mean, that seems a little extreme, but yeah, basically. Did you build that pipe that goes from like, you know where the oil is?
Yes.
Let's
What
see, did
about
you
it?
even name that?
There is a hyper tube over there, if that's what you're asking.
You didn't even name that hypertube connector, but or the junction.
Yeah, it's
Is
at the
that
junction.
and does that go to the steel factory too? Or over there near that thing's junction?
No, so that's tube junction 1 goes to Steel Factory 2.
You should
Tube
connect them.
junction 01 goes to the oil, and it goes to your coal up in the hills.
Yeah, I just took the other one that brought me down to tube junction 1. It'd be nice if we had something that kind of met up over there by the steel factory so we could do a loop. So basically, there is no wrong pipe you can take. You can always end up at the same place.
That requires a lot more time and effort than. Yeah, you're not getting that.
That would be like literally the most useful pipe of all.
What takes you from junction to junction?
That's those two junctions, anyways.
That's a giant, that's a giant amount of like, networking right there. See,
It
kind of
makes
just.
a. See, right now we have a tree. I don't want a tree.
Don't tell me you want a
I want a
colored graph.
Yeah, I want a graph.
Oh no, no please. I want a graph
Think
stored into a
about it.
hash map.
You can always end up at your destination no matter where you go.
And
Because everything's connected.
what's that time notation again?
Well, I don't know. We can make the algorithm after we're done. They never say design the map around this algorithm. They always say, make the algorithm around this map.
Well, why can't we go the other way for a change?
Because that way's probably easy. And no one likes the easy way.
Because that way makes sense in logic. Nobody
Yeah, we
likes to
don't do
make
that
sense
here.
in logic way.
Hey, finally. Got my modular frames. I can now add even more steel.
Can add unlimited power.
Can't figure out where to put it. Yeah, I could probably get this to work. Man, I never realized how big the coal generators are. Those things are huge.
Yeah,
Like
they're as
compared to a
big as
smelter,
yeah, they're as big as refineries.
it's insane.
And you've seen how big the oil ones are. I've shown you in my game.
Yeah, I would say I remember that.
Oh, yes, definitely. Those are experiences that I had fond memories of and retain vividly.
As you know, my memory is perfect.
It is without flaw.
Oh my god, this rock sucks. This rock is like perfectly in my way. There we go. That's not jank at all. Guess it ain't jank if it works.
If it's broke, it's broke. If it's working, it's possibly broke. I guess I'll get started on that quartz line. I guess I'll use a refinery for the quartz since there's water over there in some way, shape, or form. I figured something like this was happening. Somehow motors leaked into my space elevator. Hey, watch that that phase 3 thing real quick.
Oh wow, look at that. And I guess that was blocked by rotors.
There was just there's a couple of motors that were on the line over here somehow that I didn't catch.
And just look at it go, man.
There's a literal crate over here, Taylor. Just stacks of 50 of these versatile frames.
Oh no. Well, at least it's good to know that we never stopped making them.
I'm kind of just curious on like how many are still hanging out in here. I never seen them come up so fast before.
Well, don't get used to it.
Oh yes, I need to make more ammo.
Yeah, you did say that like an hour ago.
Yeah, I said it many times. At least I'll be able to make shotgun ammo pretty easily when I get that quartz moving. I think that's pretty cool.
What's your ammo?
No, the just like all of that number going up so fast like that. I kind of wish all of it was just going up that fast all the time.
All right, I like 2.5 times the amount of steel we're producing on that one line. Our consumption is now hitting, not always, but a fair amount above 1,000 megawatts. We're now hitting a gigawatt.
I will. All right, what I need to build a conveyor out there to get quartz over here. Which line? I guess I'm gonna have to get creative with this one.
Yeah, you got it. Be decisive and all that jazz.
Stop. decide things for me. Outsourcing is
Oh,
an
yeah, you're
essential
finally
part
gonna
of
do
the
your work.
drop shipper culture. Yes. Well, it will
That
come
looks.
in, and it needs to go right to an assembler. What's going to be the best place to do that? Probably over here? Question mark. What is this guy doing? He just makes... This guy just makes this one thing? What the fuck? Just gonna do that.
Man, it's amazing how that autocomplete happened the moment I was trying to jump across a chasm.
Oh, the autosave?
Yeah, happened the second I was trying to jump across something. Very deadly timing. It does that really often, too.
I think you can change the frequency of the autosave in the settings.
I mean, I don't mind it autosaving. It's just some very bad coincidental timing on that.
Okay, that should be ideal.
Wait, where the heck is this tube taking me? Go back.
Oh, you don't like where the tubes go, huh? Always complaining about where the tubes go. I need company goes to the tube man to get the tube stuff done.
If only there was some sort of giant neon sign to warn me of what's going.
You can build those whenever you want. I got you all of them, big boy. I got you all the signs you could ever want.
You're the pipe master. Shouldn't you
You're
be
the
the one
pipe master.
responsible?
Well, see, Taylor, you just like at work, you have to refactor someone else's code, and sometimes that means
I don't
documentation on
typically.
someone else's
I'm
code.
not typically on a call with that person when I refactor their code. You know? I think
See, you're
that's the
gonna have to
big
write some
difference here.
documentation on my code. See,
That's something sounding a little fishy here.
something's wrong with this picture.
He who's responsible for the code maintains it.
Well, see, as the senior of this project here, I'm gonna have to now request that you take on responsibility of my code.
All right, see.
I've now been promoted to structural architecture, the senior developer in place manager.
You know, despite massively increasing our steel, I'm still lacking steel beams. Where are they all going?
Oh, I found a lot of them. I know where a lot of the steel beams are.
Did you just take them or what?
Oh no, I left them in there because my inventory's full.
Hmm.
There
Oh,
is
you know what?
you
Wasn't there like
had a constructor printing out steel beams that was sending it into a screw making constructor that was sending
Yep.
them to nowhere, actually. So it was held up
Oh,
for the
so
longest
you
time, doing
found this
absolutely
one
nothing.
too.
So there was about 420 steel beams sitting in a crate downstairs.
Yeah, I see it. I got it. Yeah, because there was. This was basically doing nothing.
Yeah, I took up. So there was
Oh,
an
it's
assembler and a
already loaded.
constructor. I ripped them up because I'm gonna
Man,
use them.
I spent all that time putting one whole thing going back into there so it didn't disrupt anything. So sad. Destroyed my hard work.
It's gonna be more useful for quartz later.
But yeah, I saw that and I was like, this is actually backed up and wasn't producing anything. I was like, well, why is that? Why don't we at least make constant steel beams for just us to use, you know what I mean?
No.
And yeah, here we go.
Snap.
Unfortunately, that's not one of the steel lines that I'm actually increasing. So, yeah. Do you need steel for quartz?
Am I gonna need it for my quartz line?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can't get this thing to snap. I shouldn't. I won't know until I get started. I won't need it. No,
You
it's all the way up
don't-
there now.
Or if you do, then I'll go and improve that steel line because it's producing like
the hell?
abysmally
What
tiny
What is this
amounts.
thing doing? Why can't I build here? What direction is this thing going? I can't build here? Why not? Why the fuck is it going this way? I did it again. How is it going the wrong way? How is it going the wrong way? You see that? This line's going the wrong way.
Oh, I don't see that.
Okay, it's going the right way here. It's going the right way here.
Ooh, boy.
What the heck? Where did it turn around? That's correct. Is it this? How did this one get turned around? Oh my god. Conveyors.
How do they work?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you, Mr. Game Dev.
It's like explaining magnets. You just can't do it.
Explain magnets about magnetism. You saw that? Why not, you stupid bastard?
We'd really benefit from like faster coal too.
Yeah, we don't have that compact coal recipe. That would be pretty darn helpful right now.
Yeah, not only would that be helpful, but also just getting enough steel beams to convert all of these thousands of conveyor belts to Mark III.
These
would be pretty
conveyor
helpful, too.
poles might be too tall.
No. Nonsense.
They're really difficult to work with now, Taylor.
Hey, you're the one who suggested we use these conveyor poles. You're like, conveyor poles
See,
worth
if we
worshipping,
went the
you know?
other way around, we wouldn't be able to do anything. The whole
You're like,
war
when we
would just be
build-
made out of conveyor belt.
When we build my tomb, we build my pyramid, you were telling me how you wanted to be buried with your conveyor poles. Said, forget the gold, forget the silver, just put conveyor poles in my tomb. That's what I want to be buried with. And you know what? We used them. We got a lot of them now.
I'll die by the conveyor pole. It's still the best option. Just because it's difficult to work with doesn't mean it's anything else is better.
Uh-huh.
Oh, what the
I
fuck?
don't
On the
know. I
ground
feel
now.
like if I could at least walk on them, it would be pretty good. But
No,
hopefully they
no
can make that
clearance.
quality of life I was telling you about, where you can like walk through them if you're on at least while you're on a conveyor belt. It's like that way you can still use the ladder on the sides.
Hey, look, player collision is a separate collision entity. Or channel, I guess I should say.
They can fix it, I believe in them. It is pretty difficult to work with though, because like I need to upgrade one of these steel lines, but we've got 4 of them on here, and I don't know which one I'm supposed to be upgrading. Like, what is this top one? There's a top one that's like empty. Is that something you're working with? Is that the quartz?
It will be, yeah, and that's why I'm making it now.
Dang. You did that right as I was trying to upgrade them, so now it's actually difficult to get the one that I want.
Well, we were running out of steel beams, so I was like, I'll
No, I
save those
mean,
for you while I use the Mark II poles.
yeah, like you're good. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just an inconvenience of these conveyor poles, you see?
See, that's the advantage of the conveyor poles.
Now, if this were horizontal, I'd have no problem.
You would be like fighting the struggle of standing on top of the conveyor poles.
Well, yeah,
Or
actually,
the not conveyor poles, I guess. You would be like trying to step on them, you go somewhere, you step on something else, you never get the right angle.
well, it's more like once the conveyor belts get so fast, you can't really stand on them or go backwards. You only go forwards. Well, I've almost upgraded that whole line. Almost.
I
Oh,
guess
see
I'll
that
just...
you're contributing to some of those player crates now too, huh?
Oh, I am?
There was a couple on the very top conveyor belt. They weren't mine.
Where the heck did those come from?
Well, you tell me. You're the one who put that.
I have inventory
Conveyor
full
belt.
available. Huh.
Oh,
That's weird. Oh, no, it must be you because if you're replacing them, it puts it back in your inventory. That's
yeah,
that's just you by
not room. How did they get up there though?
where you well, it's probably where you got replaced, and not where you were necessarily.
I didn't replace yours. You can probably take a look, and they're probably still Mark II. If they're Mark III, then I mistakenly did that, but I don't think I did any of that. I was pretty careful to save my valuable beams.
Oh, I never built more ammo.
You see, when you said that last time, I was gonna say, you were like, "Oh," said that I would make more ammo. I was really tempted to say it. It also won't be the last time you say that. But,
You'll say that here in a few minutes.
exactly. Just happens, man. The game, it forces it on you. You
Well, it's
get no
like
say.
yeah, I'm not near like a workbench or no the equipment bench or whatever.
We are producing a lot more steel beams, though, so it's kind of nice. I'm actually able to like upgrade a lot of these belts.
Ah, no, I'm being killed. Oh no, I'm dying. Oh, no, get away from me!
Whoa.
Stop it! Ah.
Dude, you accelerate when you're on the lines now.
The zip lines?
Yeah, you accelerate. I kept getting really fast. Until it was just too fast for me to even stay on.
Sorry, what were you saying? I was dying.
I said what needed to be said.
I have spoken.
They have done good improvements. They need more, but what they have is okay.
Give him a little pat on the back. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, basically.
I'm almost tempted to go ahead and make a line for sulfur, because that's also going to come from this direction.
You can.
I almost don't have the patience for it. Oh, shoot.
If you're
Who's
already doing
managing the
one,
oil right now?
You? You're the oil baron, remember?
Man, being an oil baron in a quartz harvester is hard.
I got my hands full with coal and steel, okay?
I was about to say you lucked out. You got steel.
Oh yeah, I lucked out there. You know how many refineries? Well, no, what were they? Foundries. You know how many foundries I need to fill up one of these conveyor belts?
What the? Oh, shoot.
4 of them.
You need
5
4.
of them, I think. That's the answer.
Hypertube's going down for maintenance real quick. Hypertube is back off maintenance. Actually, might as well fix this up real quick.
Oh man, that steel pipeline there, beautiful. A lot of steel coming through. Lots of throughput there. We got more to get though. Okay, we're now producing steel beams in 2 different places. 3 technically, but one of them is like, it's not dedicated. We got 2 dedicated places.
Oh, I didn't make anything for Mark II miners. I need at least one. So I need to make some of the small miners. Oh, okay, so it's that.
Oh my god. The amount of steel coming through here is just horrendously sad. It's like, okay, so the top 2 steel lines, those are good. I upgraded them all to Mark III. The very top one, I don't think is producing enough to keep it filled. But at least it's moving fast. I'll get to filling up the production another time, or later. But the other 2, we got 4 lines. The other 2, though, those are so sad because they have so many gaps between each iron, or each steel, I mean. So it's like, yeah, that's in a desperate need of an upgrade.
Oh shoot, I gotta check in on oil and make some ammo. And make miners.
You
I'll go
should
make,
do
when I
that.
make ammo, I'll make the 2 portable miners for Mark II miner. and then I'll make ammo. And then, well, I guess I really can't do much of oil anyways. I hope you have enough materials to make heavy metal reinforced modular frames. Or heavy duty? What are they called? Heavy modular frames, is that they're called. And they, oh, I'm sorry, Taylor. You're going to have to make these yourself. And
What
they're
do you mean?
important.
Why do I need to make them?
Because they require manufacturer. And I'm currently working on...
Yeah, but we need plastics.
yes, there is plastics at the base.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm still doing steel. We've got a long way to go till I'm satisfied with our steel.
Quartz. Lots of quartz, though, so we'll have plenty of that come time.
You should call this game Walking Simulator. Spend more time walking than I do anything else.
That's why I got all these tubes. Laying tube.
Spend more time in transit. Tubes, lines, running. It doesn't matter. I'm running too much.
You're getting your virtual exercise in. Care to join me?
If only.
Oh, dang, we're making steel pipe now.
Oh yeah, I guess technically that steel pipe was taken from one of the good steel lines now. So it would have gotten a bit of a boost. At least until we've used up all the steel on the lines.
And make lots of ammunition.
Man, this is feeling like the advanced plates or reinforced iron plates all over again. Where it's like I just need 1,000,000 of them, and as soon as I get that 1,000,000, suddenly I don't need any of them.
Yep. Alright, got ammo. Oil is just gonna have to wait, so plastics are there when you need them. Quartz. Making quartz. Don't get distracted. Get more reinforced beams.
Are we producing reinforced beams?
Huh? What?
Are we producing reinforced beams?
And encased steel beams?
Oh, you said reinforced.
Oh no, that was the heavy modular frames that I need you to make with the manufacturer. We only have that one recipe.
Reinforced heavy beams. I don't think we're producing. Are we producing encased industrial beams?
Yes, they're up top.
Oh man, that's kind of complicated.
Yeah, they take a minute to make.
Too bad I've got a lot of other things I need to upgrade first. I need to upgrade our coal afterwards so we can get more coal power.
I want that oil, that sweet, sweet black gold.
I didn't even make it 100 feet before I ran out of steel beams. I used up 250. Got a lot more to go before I hit that coal place. I'm gonna make rotors by myself. Do we put rotors anywhere?
You need some rotors?
Yeah, just regular old-fashioned rotors.
How many do you need?
30?
30? Here is 15. Actually, I got some more for you. Here's 13.
I can go
And
manually craft some.
And here's... Is that enough for you?
Yeah, that's plenty. There you go.
I want
Four
to
too many.
say they were in one of these over here. Yes, there's... Well, there's some in this one, not very many.
You need some back?
No, I'm fine. I just wonder... Oh, that guy is being filled up slowly. So yes, the storage for rotors actually goes up here. It exits that one downstairs to come up here to become motors. But motors are paused currently. Oh wait, no, they're not paused. There's tons of motors in here apparently. There's over 100 motors in here. So
What?
rotors next to the motors.
Oh, yeah, plenty of motors, which we don't need.
Yet.
At least not at the second. Yeah.
That see
right.
that thing that says 500? That requires a lot of motors. Oh, I gotta take my tube. Yeehaw.
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of mileage out of the tubes.
And you were like, man, why is this guy so excited about tube?
I mean, I was the one requesting all the tubes. I don't know if you remember that, but...
Mr. Tube. Yeah, you want more tube. You want these things like on a graph and
Can I get like a
algorithmically
mod that like makes it so the sound effect for getting in is the Mario tube sound effect?
It depends on how they did their sound. Because sound mods, if they use something like a middleware, are a little more annoying to deal with.
What, with like Wise or something?
You have to use Wise or Fmod because you have to like insert it into the bank.
They don't even support mods on the workshop page, so
Oh, it does?
it doesn't.
Oh.
I mean, I guess it's early access, so I'm just surprised because I've been hearing about this game for like half a decade now, so I figured they'd be done. But
I never really heard about it until
is.
earlier this year.
Gotta milk that money.
Although we did get 2, or we did get roughly 3 updates in the past good while. Oh my god, there's so many crates on the map. maybe I'll go there when I'm done with the quartz pipeline. Or, well, the beginnings of the quartz pipeline. Oh, shoot. The quartz pipeline just dumps into nothing. Oh, well.
I told you I'd get these crates as soon as the jetpack. We got fuel for that. And you give it back.
Okay, so I need to put some conveyor poles. I need to get up there, I think. I don't think I have to go very far in this one. Nope, I do not have to go very far, so I should be fine just to get conveyor poles here. It is nice though to have a middle mouse button that consistently works. My old mouse, the middle mouse button would it really gave up like years ago, but then would kind of work consistently. And then yeah.
Yeah, you just convince yourself not to spend the money just yet.
Yeah, I had basically just like, oh, you know what, I don't really use it that much. I'll just be careful when I push it, and it, you know, worked out for a couple years.
Right.
And it still technically works in that like working state, but you can tell it's kind of squishy.
Yeah, I mean that
like,
junk. That junk is annoying, so it's definitely good to get that resolved. I know how that can be. My old laptop mouse, if I left click, I had to like really cram it down or it'll just drop the left click. Which, as you can imagine, is horrible.
yeah. Ah, no. Well, I almost broke my legs again and died.
Hey, the batteries are done.
Put down another one.
Are they cheap?
They require a stator. I can tell you in a second. They, if I can get to it, they require a stator, modular frames, and copper wire. So stators are your most expensive item. We got a good chunk of those sitting in the lab somewhere. might be best to go ahead and make another Hyper 2 route for over here as well. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. So, what's for dinner? At 10:30 at night.
Are you okay?
Oh yeah,
Did you,
didn't eat enough for dinner. Kind of starving.
oh,
I wasn't hungry around dinner time, so it was just like, I'll just eat something small. And now it's like,
yeah.
Starving. You gotta have some more food.
I don't know why, but I haven't eaten this late in so long that like, being hungry doesn't even register around this time. Even if I was starving an hour or two ago, I wouldn't be hungry anymore.
So do you think you put on weight over the past couple of years since being out on your own?
Why do you ask?
Well, it's like we're getting older, metabolism starts slowing down, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I put on a little bit of weight, but I wouldn't blame my metabolism or anything, because I haven't exactly been eating low-calorie items. I mean, the big thing is that I'm able to stock ice cream in my fridge now pretty regularly. So, as before in college, as a poor college student, I would not have the money to do that. So, essentially, you run out of ice cream, you wait a few weeks till you get it again. Or possibly months. Whereas now it's like, oh, I'm out of ice cream, I'll just grab it. And then,
Next time.
that incentive to eat it because you have it is there.
Have to do that in the second roundabout.
You know what I mean, right?
There's ice cream in the fridge here, and I completely forget about it all the time.
That's good. Don't eat it for your midnight dinner.
I grabbed the cottage cheese out.
That's not much better.
It's significantly better. Cottage
like
cheese is
pure
great.
fat. You're fat.
Yeah, but I'm not having carbs, so my body doesn't want to hold it down.
Yeah, but you know what you should eat? Bagel.
A bagel? That's carbs. That's gonna keep me up all night.
Gonna keep you up all night. I never had that problem. Never had that.
I'm one of those guys. Like, so. Oh, did I tell you about the pizza thing recently?
No, what's up?
So Monday, we ended up getting pizza, and like a sister and brother-in-law, they were in and everything. So we did a little pizza ring of a roll because we all like pizza. So I hadn't had pizza in a minute, and then I usually don't put down a lot of carbs throughout the day, relatively, speaking, and get the pizza and everything, eat it, no problem. But the next day, I didn't notice it at first, but I was like, all right, kind of feeling a little sore. I probably stood up a little later than I needed to. But this was like, even though it was a Tuesday, I ended up working remote because I had a dog sit and stuff, yada, yada, yada. So, I noticed about lunchtime, like I had been sitting all morning, and it's like I hadn't done much getting up or anything, but I stood up and my knees were killing me. Like I suddenly felt like I aged like 20 years or something like that. You know when the people say like, "Oh, your knees kill you when you get older" and stuff. No, this was definitely like a glucose like surge blast system that I don't normally have that just like suddenly started killing me. It was crazy, like painful. So I knew I had to like walk the dog and everything. So I kind of powered through that, and it is like I couldn't hardly even go forward. It was just like such a painful thing. She doesn't like going very far anyways, the dog. So it wasn't really that long of a walk, but still.
Right. I mean, have you gone to the doctor about that? That sounds pretty serious,
I've
man.
never had an issue with glucose like that in that case, but
You
it
like pre-diabetic suddenly? Because that can happen.
no, it's so it is a thing to have a heavy amount of inflammation come out of glucose. So that is like that is a thing that can
Okay,
happen.
but you're in your 20s. You shouldn't be
I'm in
having
my
like.
late
You
20s.
should be able to pound. You should be able to like
This
throw
was
back
almost an entire
pounds
pizza's
of.
worth within like 24 hours. So
You should be able to eat like 4 pizzas at your age and
no,
not have any issues.
no, that's not no.
I have never had any issues with that. I have other issues, right? But I've never had an issue like that before. That's very strange. It could be a combination of that with, a more active lifestyle maybe, but that's very bizarre to me.
But definitely had to been like the glucose inflammation.
Okay,
Oh,
well, how'd you find out about that if you haven't gone to the doctor?
because I've listened to plenty of podcasts talking about that kind of stuff before.
No, don't
Don't bring that
don't
in.
be
What?
like
No.
WebMD is how I figured it out.
See, at the end of the day, like I'm like, digesting information. I have some better clue than absolutely nothing. Like, don't need to really go to the doctor just because like the pain that hurt is there one day and it's not there the next day. All
Yeah,
because
but
like a sudden diet change. So it's clearly
that
something involved in the
shouldn't
diet.
that shouldn't affect you though. That's so strange. Like that's just not something that should happen at our age.
We're getting older. I mean,
We're still in our 20s.
what does that mean?
We're
What
not
does
like
being in
we're
the
not like
20s mean? Does it
invincible.
sound like you a flip switch and all of a sudden, like, when we're 30, you're dying all of a sudden?
No, I'm saying we still got well over a decade of what should be decent health.
Nah.
I'm not saying, oh, as soon as we're out of the 20s, something bad's gonna happen. No, the 30s, you should still be fairly healthy, right? It's only around the 40s and 50s, really, is how I think of it. But even then, depending on your lifestyle, you wouldn't have any issues there. But for us to be so young is very strange to be having like changes in diet is suddenly like causing pain
I'm definitely putting
of
the
any
blame on the
kind.
glucose because I never shocked my system with that amount of carbs in a single day before.
From pizza, no less. It's not like you had a whole potato or 5 potatoes. What happens if you eat mashed potatoes?
I hardly ever had mashed potatoes, so
Well, now you
I
can't
haven't had
have
them in
them. Like
years.
it's like lactose
Well, at the
intolerance.
same
If you don't
time,
have
like
any lactose, you
the
suddenly become
potato
intolerant.
carbs is also is a different set of carbs anyways, so it must be
There's a
the
portion
more.
of them that way, yes. A portion.
Look, at the end of the day, I definitely blame it on the glucose.
Like if
It's
you eat
already a known
candy,
thing that it gives you inflammation issue. It's a big thing for inflammation and gut health and stuff. So a combination
sure,
of everything.
but a pizza, I mean,
That was a lot of pizza in a short time frame.
how much pizza was it again? Because I haven't paid
The
attention.
first day was about 3 slices, and then the second day was an additional 4. So basically an entire large pizza for the most part,
That's
with mostly
crazy.
meat options, pretty much all meat.
Yeah, but that's not going to be your carbs.
And I've had more meat in a day and never have an issue with the meat, so I definitely blame it on the glucose in this sense.
I mean, you could be developing like insulin problems or some junk. 'Cause that's strange. Very strange. I have eaten an entire pizza within 2 days as well, and I've never had or experience anything close to that.
A lot of that stuff does end up being hereditary, the glucose intolerance. I know
Yeah,
Pops can't put down a lot of glucose himself.
yeah, I get you. Wild, man. That sucks, though.
That just means it seems like 2 slices of pizza is probably the capacity that I can take on.
Like, what if you go out and okay? So hear me out. Let me give you a scenario,
Yeah.
because I've been through this. Say you're out on vacation. You want to get a pizza. You
Yeah.
split it with. So say you're out with a few friends or family or whatever. It's only you and like 2 other people. Y'all get a large pizza. Each one of y'all need to eat about 3 slices. Or say if it's 2 people, 4 slices. Then what do you do in that case? You just get takeaway for the hotel room? Like,
I
what
guess
do you
at that
expect them
point,
to do?
it does boil down to like how much pizza can you eat in that time frame and are willing to eat. I mean,
Yeah, because
I've
like
also
you could
been
screw
out on the
yourself
road
over.
and I've had pizza before. So like, why is it suddenly after this one visit to Papa John's was my knees hurting? I understand where like you're coming at. It's like, oh, you can't just blame it all
Mhm.
on that because it's not like I haven't been out before and have eaten a lot of pizza. So why is it like all of a sudden just one time did this pizza just like completely destroy my knees and pain and everything? And but it definitely affects my mood. I definitely know like lots of glucose definitely affects the mood.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I can believe that because yeah, sure.
So I don't know why, even though I'm putting a lot of blame on the glucose itself, I still can't really understand like what was like the what other pieces are out there that I might be missing to this type of situation.
Well, that's why I asked if you've been to the doctors. Probably nothing, and at this point, maybe you wouldn't really be able to tell. But
Yeah, I haven't been to a general
that's
practitioner in quite a while, to be honest.
because when you experience changes like that, where it's like, oh, it didn't used to do that, it's typically a good idea to get that professional opinion to say why that's changed because it could be an underlying issue. Like, say you get hit by the glucose, it's because not because you've taken in too much, but because your body's not producing enough insulin to support that now, and that would mean you're pre-diabetic.
Huh.
You get what I'm saying? It's like that could be an underlying issue of that sort of. That may not be the
Well,
case, but
I
if
gotta
you're
wonder, maybe it goes back to like since I had done so much at one point, because it sounded like I'm not putting down any carbs in a day. I'm putting down you know some in the morning with some oatmeal, which is even though it's complex carbs, and
mhm.
just like random bits throughout the day.
I don't see how that cause that issue at your age, but I'm no dietitian. I also don't know your genetics or
I
family
mean, you've
history.
also heard of
So
there was a few things I heard recently about like younger and younger types actually being more prone to like certain things like heart disease and stuff, which is more related to like an active lifestyle. And it's also
also
like my
microplastics, I'm sure. I blame microplastics for all the terrible things in the
microplastics.
world.
Your microplastics is my glucose.
Microplastics brought Kanye about.
Microplastics made con. What the fuck is going on over here? Look at my stream real quick. Can
All
oh
right,
oh
yeah, I'll pull
you
it
may
up.
not you may oh my god you might see it in a minute. What the heck is going on here? Holy smokes! This man's in the fourth dimension right now. This man's going in. This man's phasing between
Oh my god.
realities.
Yeah. Oh, that thing did not like that present. Oh no, it like permanently messed him up. Oh no.
What the heck?
Yeah, that's great.
But yeah, so back on the other thing, you would think though, as a result, like the condition would have continued, like the knees hurting and stuff like that after stopping it.
I mean,
So
if it's glucose, like you said, it would run through your digestive stuff within a day or two. Or was it just that afternoon or that evening?
yeah, so it was that day, and then well, I also reinforced more pizza at lunch because like, oh, pizza exists. Great, gotta eat pizza. And
Sure.
so
Yeah.
that kind of extended the issue a little bit into the next day. At first I thought, oh, I must be, I probably got too much, time Monday. I did a lot of standing Monday because, like, oh, I just, just kind of felt like it. I was in the zone and stuff. So maybe that was like an issue, but then it's like, well, it doesn't affect me other days, and that was the only like major difference was that crazy bit right there.
If that happens again, I really would recommend just seeing a doctor to see why, and if you can get confirmation that it is the glucose, then
Yeah, that does need a blood test.
But to me, that just makes me think it's like pre-diabetes or something, which would be strange given your diet hasn't been bad as far as I know.
Yeah, so I think it
Unless
has
you've
to be
only been
like
telling me, like stuff.
like an allergic reaction. Like as you get older, sometimes allergic reactions just get more and more inflamed and intolerable.
Like that's a really good point. Yeah, it's like you can develop allergies later in life too.
I do sneeze with the most powerful sneeze mankind has ever seen. Oh shoot, the quartz. Oh no.
Could you imagine how much it would suck to be allergic to pizza though?
Pizza?
Yeah, being
like what
allergic
part
to
though?
pizza.
Like the glucose or the meat part? I know things like Marcos, they actually make a pizza
Yeah.
bowl. It's all the parts of a pizza minus the breading. So you basically just
but
get like
that's
a meat
just
and
not
cheese
the
bowl.
same. The bread is easily the best part. Like,
That's
okay,
what
the
makes
little
pizza.
pepperonis when they're cooked really well is really good, but like that's pure salt and fat and a little bit of protein sprinkled in there. So like, as good as it is, it's not really worth eating on its own. Oh, it is, but you wouldn't want to make a meal out of it unless you wanted pre-diabetes.
Pre-diabetic. I also don't really have diabetes in the family history.
No, but you can develop it still.
Yeah, well, the type 2 is like the one you can develop. The other ones are like blood related, and they have like other conditions that have to be met. It's really weird. I never really understood it, so obviously I'm not really going to go on about it. Because like there's the 1, 2, and 3, and like the 1 and 3 are like certain genetic things, and the type 2 is like a diet pertaining one. I could be getting those mixed up though.
Yeah, don't ask me. I'm no expert on it.
I see the boxes now. I can pick up some of those on the way out. I don't know where those came from. That's my quartz line. That's really bizarre. Why are they like that? Huh. And they're reinforced plates in the box. Well, why are they
I had to
over
check my inventory to
here?
make sure I didn't have a full inventory, but no. Maybe it's me. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why I wouldn't just put it in my inventory, though.
Where the heck are they? Where are these boxes? Oh, they're on this conveyor. How'd they get on this conveyor? What were you doing over here?
Why does it have to be me?
It's always you. It's guaranteed to be you. It's all the time. Just not.
Maybe. Okay, now maybe, just hear me out. There's actually a third player that we don't know about.
that on a private session has logged in here and done a thing and has booked it without either of us knowing.
I mean, that's what it sounded like. I refuse to take responsibility.
I promise to the American people I did not sleep with that woman. We gotta take ownership. You gotta take ownership, and you gotta prove to the world that you have discipline. You probably don't know that one. That's another podcast. The guy, his thing is like he's like Navy SEAL and everything, and then like had a book about you gotta do ownership and things. And I think a lot of the like business types, it sounds pretty good from like an entrepreneur standpoint, but apparently some characters at work have picked up on that content, and I don't think they're necessarily reflecting on it as one might expect. They're taking it maybe a little.
Making fun of it.
I think they're taking it a little too intensely, Like they're not necessarily taking the step back. Like he always says, you gotta take a step back. You know, you gotta observe things from another perspective. I think there's a little lack of stepping back in some cases. Where the heck is this crate? Oh, it's in between. How the hell am I supposed to get to it there? Oh shit.
Jetpack. I told you I'd get it when I get the jetpack. There's a reason for that. It's not like I just said that to put it off.
We're not that far away from it. No, I'm on the conveyor now. No. Oh, come here. Oops. Yes. Yes, I can stand another ladder. So, I am thinking about that doctorate thing.
Oh no. Really? Do you have the money for that?
I would do it under the I imagine that they would I imagine they would probably be under the implication that whoever comes on in the program would be like, you know, part-time teaching as well. And I kind of like the sound of that. I feel like that's just something I can.
Stuff well enough to teach it.
You know, that's also a good question. Well,
because I mean, you
let's
would be
honest
standing
here
in front
about
of the class, you know.
I know standing in front of a class and public speaking isn't a problem.
No, but you'd be standing in front of the class speaking from knowledge, not from Stack Overflow or not from whatever, right? You'd be speaking from what you know, and it would have to be.
I know from experience with the professors that were their first semester and first times, a lot of them were referencing back to materials, and I think there would be a bit of a bias at the school to like have some native English speakers, if you would. Not that the other quality is of any negative impacting.
No, I understand. We went to the same school, you know.
Yeah.
We've had our fair share of thick accent professors. They know their stuff, but it can be difficult to understand what they're saying.
All right, I cleared out a good bit of those plates, reinforced plates on the conveyors. Besides the one that you said needed a jetpack because it was a little too much to get to. Oh shoot, quartz.
Okay. Yeah, maybe you should have been spending your time on quartz. I mean, who am I to say? But it sounds like that's something that's kind of been pending for a while.
Well, yeah, see, quartz is about to come in, and I have only but a container idea of where to put it. But I do like the prestiging sound of Doctor, you know?
Yeah, well, if that's what you want to do, man, go for it, but you're not going to have a lot of money.
Yeah, I know.
And it's also like, that's like a 6-year commitment, you know?
Yeah.
And you need a thesis, so you have to know...
Yeah.
You have to know what you're going to be expanding on that doesn't already exist.
But it sounds
Those are solvable problems.
I know, right? It sounds so doable.
Well, you've got a lot of confidence in that.
In like the fun, challenging way. All right.
I mean, I feel like I'm barely getting to the point where I could teach as a professor C#. What would you be teaching if you did have to be one? Do you have any ideas what you would do?
I think they would try to like assess where you could be, and that's assuming that they would do something like that. Because they might just say,
"Come on." Just take all your knowledge and be like, "Yeah, you're best suited here." Maybe, but more likely they're going to be like, "Okay, what do you want to do? CS?"
And that's assuming that they actually like offer that. They might just say like, "All right, you come in and on your free time and you do it as a program."
But on your free time, you're gonna have to set a schedule. Students have to have a schedule.
Yeah, by free, like on your free time, as like you on your own schedule while you do your actual like day job. Also come in and do your thing.
Yeah, I mean that's how the professor stuff works. But you still need to know what class you're going to be teaching. The skills you would
No, no. What
Give
I'm getting
them.
at is if you go into the doctor program, and I'm saying it's. I'm not saying it's a part of the program to be a part-time professor. At the same time, I'm saying that's something that I would be entertaining. I would imagine that they probably do offer, but not necessarily is like a forced requirement to do. Does that make
No, you
sense?
don't have to teach. But what I'm saying is, it sounds like you want to do the teaching. If you don't do the
Yes.
teaching, how are you going to pay for your food and everything? Is that just going to get magically, you're just going to live off of student loans? Set yourself up for debt for the rest of your life?
You're damn right.
I mean, it's not going to make you happier.
How do I make the?
Just sounds like you're pushing the problem for later, and that's just going to accumulate.
How do I make?
But what are your plans? Tell me.
I just have
Obviously,
that
it's
like
probably
yeah.
not something you.
To some extent, I kind of want to go back on the research. I like the idea of it. I kind of like grew that taste for it. It's kind of one of the few things that like seems like there's always something to kind of keep you going and driving. Where like work
Why
is
can't you do
just
that with project work and stuff?
there's something like stressful on it. Like in like a weird like you don't once you make it it's not like yours anymore. You kind of
Sure.
leave it in the past. I don't know. It's just like there's it's just not the same. Like I think there's like the being on the cutting edge in and of itself. It's like its own thing to be excited about. What the fuck? Oh, this required a manufacturer too? Bro, I can't get away from the dang manufacturers.
Like
Oh,
some. They're not
I
that
made all
bad.
this quartz pipeline just to run into the same problem I had been running into already. I guess I gotta build one of those now. Oh, I think quartz is stuck on somewhere because it's not coming in anytime soon. I think I'm gonna go ahead and move it
That's solid.
upstairs. You solid? What?
I was on the. Yeah, no, that's solid.
Well, I think I'm gonna go ahead and try to move it while I have the chance. Oh, there it is. I found it. Never mind.
Yeah.
I
I
have a
was gonna
bunch of
say,
quartz in my inventory now.
as is the tradition.
And also, there's something about
Just.
like the university culture that's kind of fun. You
Oh,
kind of get to
sure.
meet new
That's.
people all the time, and you're not like stuck talking to the one person day in day out. I don't know. I don't really know how to explain it.
I mean, those don't. I mean, that's something you can get in your regular life.
I also just kind of like that campus life, not necessarily like living on it,
But you wouldn't get as a professor.
but like the ability to like go into the campus and you're always kind of like doing something fresh and original and stuff.
You know what? I don't know what your problem is.
Neither do I.
I've got it all down. I'm about to lay this truth on you. You ready? You need to retire.
Need to retire. Yeah, I have too many commitments in life. I need to retire.
No, 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 no. You said you want to do something original, something that's yours. Well, if you're retired, you get to do that. You decide what you want to do. You do what you want to do. You can be on the cutting edge if that's what you want. And it's simple. Retirement is simple. You get a few $1,000,000 in the bank, and then you just say, I'm done.
Why didn't I think of that?
No, but seriously, it does sound like. I mean, there's definitely a certain appeal to being a professor. Even I kind of like the idea.
Maybe there's a bit of prestige with it as well. Just like the titling of doctor. It's like, oh, I'm stuck as automation engineer at work. But what if I was doctor automation engineer?
That's not really my concern personally.
Yeah.
I don't see the appeal in that. I think the appeal for me of the doctorate is having the knowledge to back that claim up where someone says, do you really know what you're saying? You say, yes, I've got a doctorate. And you can prove that knowledge by giving them, a smackdown on all the depth that you've got. regarding whatever topic you got your doctorate in. That's for me, but the actual title itself is like, yeah, I think what you got now is pretty good.
Oh, just having the masters and a cert.
Yeah, yeah, the masters mostly. The cert's nice, but
Also,
I
I
don't know.
think there,
Personally, I don't
yeah,
see them as that big, but they are.
there's another thing about it too, like that climb. I don't know, something like that. That academic climb, I think, also kind of strikes me differently.
I guess it is kind of a more tangible and clear path.
It was like there's
I
like
also feel
structure
like
to it.
exactly there's a structure to. I also feel like in the corporate world, there's a lot of every person wants to screw you over, right?
Kind of feel.
It's like if you give them the opportunity to, they're gonna take advantage of you. And sure, you may get that in academics for sure, but there is that defined path that you can guarantee your way through it. Like, do the thesis. Thesis is good, yep, you're good. You know, do your 4 years, you get your bachelor's. Do your additional years, you get your master's. You know what I mean? It's like you got a hard requirement on what you need to do. In the corporate world, it's like, well, if you get a good review on your yearly review, you might get a raise. Might. Big keyword there. That's how I kind of see it personally.
Yeah, but we also
It's
have
also
you
like
have a very negative view on it naturally to begin with.
I have a very negative view on the whole corporate world. Yes.
When it's like, oh, I have not that experience at all, and it's like they're like constantly pushing me to do more, which to some extent is like my equivalent to what you were stating there. It's like that kind of push to do more and more and more. Like, oh, we gotta drive them. We gotta instill ownership into them and discipline, and we gotta make them work for the grind. You know, that kind of feel.
Yeah. You know, I'm starting to have like monthly meetings with my manager.
And
Every meeting is like, well, what's your weakness? You know, what are you doing
yeah,
to improve it? And it's like, okay, gee, I've got like one weakness I might improve on over the course of a decade. Like, y'all are expecting me to be like, yeah, so I don't know this in framework, and you know, in 3 years down the line, y'all expect me to be an industry master that can do literally every single thing on the planet. It's like unrealistic.
yeah.
And at the end of that unrealistic, they use it as an advantage. They made up the rules. Then they use it as an advantage to say, hey, you didn't do it. And it's like, well, no shit. Like, what do you expect?
Huh. I just realized this junction icon is nowhere near the junction. But yeah, I get what you're getting at. It's like my sister has that. That's what the same issue was at the previous job. It's like they were having these high standards to, you know, map to, and they're like, oh, what's all these, you know, big things you got to be working on. You got to be doing these things. Oh, you know, now we need you to do a blog post on LinkedIn every month on the month. You know,
So
know of all
toxic.
2 of those people on LinkedIn that you have.
Yeah, super toxic. It's
Yeah.
like
They
I
look
didn't
at
get
these
the
manuals for
chance.
HR, like how to make your company better and stuff, without actually like taking a inventory of like what the people want.
Even still, it makes sense because they don't care what the people want. What they care about now is growth and increased profits. And it's like some portion of that really bugs me. Now, I didn't get to live 300 or 400 years ago, or 500 or 600 years ago, but it does feel like. And I mean, I hesitate to say it because it's like, obviously, I don't have any of the facts of that time, and even what we know now is what we've.
Read all the
It
history
may not even
books.
be accurate. We have no idea how accurate those are. It's just like what, you know how it is whenever we're like trying to find the. Well, you'll hear about every now and then news article comes out. Oh well, we just learned that there were humans 15,000 years ago in North America. And it's like previous furthest time, and it's like who knows how many thousands of years off we are. You know what I mean? We could add someone back 2,000, 20,000 years ago, but you know their bones didn't fossilize. for the first 5,000 years. You know how rare fossilization is?
Yeah, it's pretty hard.
So it's like the facts that we have, even written history, history is written by someone who's almost certainly got biases and may be under circumstances to not write down the facts as they are. And yet that's how we see the past.
Yeah.
But with that said, with that disclaimer, it still does feel like there was much more of a sense of community than now, and that every human was incredibly valuable to the economy, as opposed to now where it's like we're interchangeable pieces that are at our best and most productive when we're expendable. And that productivity is the drive,
New recipe unlocked.
not the human connection, right? You don't go into work and see
New
your boss. Your
research
boss is like,
available
"Hey, how are you
now.
doing?" And you're like, "Well, I'm having this terrible, problem. My car. I just crashed my car," or I don't know. Let's say, I just crashed my wagon. Go back a few hundred years. Crashed my wagon. I can't afford to pay the carpenter to fix the wheel. You're like, "Well, sure, you've always been a good family friend of mine. Let me. I don't get enough money from this job either, but let's see what we can pull together from Bob and Jim down the street." And that sense of community, which could be something that never existed. Well, I've seen at least. It seems that
That's kind of
there's
the stuff
definitely more
I
community.
well, so that's the revisionism is what you're talking about with the history written stuff like that. So
Well, I'm just putting that as a disclaimer because we often see things in rose-tinted glasses.
so like one of the things that gets talked about in the hardcore history guy, Dan Carlin in his material, he's talked about, the victors are the ones who write the history. It's like they write it from their winning perspective, if you would. And so that's how that turns out like it is. And then that's where the case of where the revisionism comes in. That's kind of more of like, historic and semi economics in a situation where you write the history to how it benefits you and your thought process the most, i.e. the winners in that case. So that's just something that I just want to draw attention
Be
to, those
way
kind of
more-
words and concepts.
Yeah, that is what I'm getting at. But that's also like why I mentioned that it can be way more nuanced than just that. Like I get that that's the stereotypical phrase, the victors write the history. But what I'm also getting at is that you could have something like a monk and we do typically get a lot of history from monks, okay? Monks sitting in England, one year 1100. This man may be writing something, but he's got a few different goals and biases in mind. One, he may need to praise the king to get funding, or perhaps to keep relationships with the king.
Or the church
and
itself.
two,
It's more
exactly,
likely where
to
it
the
came out
church
of.
itself. The church will have a certain goal. And whatever that goal may be, the monk wouldn't want to undermine it. And so the monk himself, and the third component as well to add on there, the person who's writing that is an individual who's writing the history himself. He's not being overlooked by 1,000 peers. He's not being overlooked by 10, 20, 30 different people breathing down his neck to peer review his stuff. He's an individual who's writing down his own thing as he sees it and experiences it, which, as we know now, what we each individually experience could be very drastically different, worded differently, seen differently, and the emotions that we hold on these things can be very different between person to person. But that individual drives all of history thereafter because his work survives. And so he wasn't part of a war who wrote whatever. Sure, if someone had invaded his monastery or whatever and they didn't like what he wrote, they'd get rid of it if they read it. But even down to the individual level of who's writing that, that may not be accurate history. Maybe he got slighted by the local lord, really pissed off, wrote something bad about him. Or maybe from there on after, every time he wrote about that lord, he shifted things to be a little more negative. Who knows, you know what I mean? The point is that
I was gonna say
there's
like
much more of a human component in writing that history, whereas now we've got peer reviews and no individual is part of the process of writing that history.
When you say it like that, it makes you think of Dante's Inferno. Like the guy
Yeah,
who
yeah.
wrote it was basically kind of also assaulting the political class at the time as well.
Hmm. Like the Canterbury Tales as well was one that I was also thinking of.
Yeah, the
It's
parts
like,
and pieces of it. I haven't heard or read through that in like years, since like basically high school.
um, you're not alone. But just pointing out that that's why I kind of wanted to put in that huge disclaimer, because it's like, okay, well, the way I see history, it's very, and I acknowledge that it's very rose tinted, but I do genuinely feel that when someone dies, if the local blacksmith were to die, getting his replacement would be a hell of a lot harder than now, where if the local warehouse man died. You get what I'm saying? It's like you got three blacksmiths in a radius of 100 miles. Nowadays, you got 2
Yeah.
million people who can
Well,
fill
in
that job.
case actually, there's actually a bit of a wrench to throw into that. There's actually a large amount of, particularly males, leaving the intensive labor sector
Sure, of the warehouse.
because of the well, that kind of goes to the
Okay.
thing I was talking about earlier. The social status was the term used, but also like
Hmm.
there's not much of a pathway there. Like the entire industrial sector is just suffering to get people because
Okay.
it's not a
So
sexy job. So
let me ask you this. How many people have they had to run through to get to this problem? Have they already run through 20 people and now suddenly they're having this issue? Or is it that they've run through millions of people and that they're just running through so many people so
then what?
quickly
Okay,
that they're
so what do
running
you
into
mean by
this issue?
run through then?
Well, you say that people were leaving the industry.
Because that's just how it is. I mean, like there's a little more nuance to it, sure, but
That's what I mean when I say run through. They're leaving the industry. So therefore they're lacking labor, excuse me. So they're running through those people. That person came in, he left, he's not coming back. That's running through someone. You couldn't do that with blacksmiths, right? You couldn't do that with small trades in a medieval village because there's just not that many skilled people.
I don't follow.
Like,
Like, how is that past example connected to modern day social issues?
so Amazon is running out of their labor pool. Are you aware of that?
At the driver level, the fulfillment center level?
I think it's probably part of the fulfillment center, but yeah. They're running out of labor. Essentially, they're expected in a few years to have run through, have hired so many people that the people who are willing to work are few enough that they wouldn't be able to have the capacity they have now. That's one example of a problem where they're able to shuffle people through the job, and when they no longer need somebody, there's someone else to fill that position. Now, Amazon is an extreme case because they've built out so much, they're finally hitting the economy of scale that they're running through an entire country's labor pool. But if you're looking at smaller companies, they don't hit that issue nearly as often. They may want to scale up but can't find people, but there's always someone willing to apply. You would have medieval villages where that just wouldn't exist. There just wasn't people like that. Like, an individual is worth so much to the economy that you couldn't run through millions of people hoping to find the perfectly skilled person who can fit your position. You would take that person, you would train them because the person is more valuable than the skill. That's kind of what I'm getting at. I don't know.
It's
Am I going too off on
confusing.
a
Yeah,
tangent
yeah,
here?
it sounds like a bit of a tangent logic. I think it's just because our hands are more occupied than not. Oh, here I go, making manufacturers again, and we've finally caught up to actually slash exceeded, almost succeeded where my main game's result is.
We still need concrete.
What do you mean? We got concrete. You got glossy concrete, and we got plastic
We need concrete on the ground.
on the ground.
Not the potential of concrete.
No, there is concrete. You can make concrete. There's plastic. Don't use my plastic though. I'm using that plastic.
Gotta take it all.
No, but
I'll be back in a minute. Let's see.
I can't make any more plastic until I get the next step going.
I upgraded our coal. I don't think it's going all the
There
way
it
to the
is.
base, but it's upgraded.
I'm about to juice up this whole system, Taylor. Watch it. Ka-chow. What? No. Stop that. Go the right way. Oh, what do you mean it's too steep? Oh, well, that's not steep.
Oh, no wonder we had so few iron coming through. Or steel, I mean. I had literally one foundry producing steel on that line.
Oh.
Like, I literally just do on both of these. Wait a second. Oh no. I don't even think I have the space to expand this. I need so many more foundries. I've got the resources here, I just don't have the space.
Up? Can you go up anymore? What's this? What's
Maybe
this?
I could.
What's this?
That's what I'll try.
Yes. What's going on here? Why don't you work? Oh. No. No. Yeah.
No.
Hold on. Maybe. Are you not the right thing? Oh, yes, you are the right thing. Okay, you just weren't connected properly. How many?
Oh no, we don't do that.
Oh, Seymour, I didn't know you worked that way. Nothing.
Seymour.
You didn't hear anything.
You are an odd fellow.
You're an odd fellow. I didn't mean to make you have those expectations like that.
Oh, what is this? There's like this stupid Oh god, they're actually gonna kill me. Why are there so many up here? Bunch of explodey guys. They follow you forever, too. Oh no, never mind. I take that back. You just left. I need a gun. That zapper kind of sucks. I've been using it the whole game.
Go make a gun. Guns are available. Shotguns are available as well.
I'll have to figure that out later.
Oh, I need cable. Oh, it's working, Taylor. The manufacturer is working. Oh, you should hear it.
Alright. I'll try to build up. See where this takes me.
Up is an option.
It's just not as easy to split resources this way. You know, that autosave always happens when I'm jumping around. Amazing how well timed that is.
What the... Holy smokes, this takes an hour. Overclocking might be required.
The heck takes an hour? What makes our game have a thing that takes an hour for that matter?
Why, you like it?
You know how easy it is to just change that hour to a few seconds? It's just changing a number.
Which number is this again?
And don't tell the Satisfactory devs.
That's pretty brutal, actually.
They deserve it.
They deserve it. They brought it upon themselves. Ching. This thing. Well, I guess it's only a little bit faster than maybe the other way. Oh my lord, it can build only one every 2.5 minutes. It takes 2.5 minutes, Taylor, to make two... Was it 2 or 1? How many has it made? What the... Well, okay then.
Music in this game's so weird.
What do you mean?
It's like... how do I explain this? It's like it changes in volume. Just completely randomly. No rhyme or reason.
You know what? The areas might have like different volumes, like audio volumes, you know? Because I noticed like if you if you transition between areas, you'll end up with, with a different, effects sometimes on them. I think that might be one of the causers.
I'm getting the same song, it's just changing how loud it is.
No, crystal oscillators. Yes, crystal oscillators. You have no power. You cannot be made into a computer. Oh, are you invalid sheep? I need electricity. I have a need for speed.
When was the last time you played a Need for Speed game?
Never.
Really?
Yeah, I never played Need for Speed. I always had Burnout. Ah, man, I really, I always thought it sucked that EA decided to have Criterion make Burnout. I mean, make Need for Speed over Burnout. I'm like, how in the world you gonna tell me that Need for Speed wasn't a dying franchise and they like, you know, went into Rush like, oh, we gotta make the competitive, realistic, you know, racer to Forza and Gran Turismo instead of like sticking to like an arcadey fun game that was more distinct and unique than the others. So, be the competition is EA's motto. So hard
Can't
hard
expect
not
too
to.
much from EA, to be honest.
I wish they
They
had
don't do
made more
good at that.
Burnout games.
You know, I never actually played Burnout. So
Enjoyable.
I actually have the opposite problem that you do.
Oh, so you wished you had more time to play Need for Speed?
Well, no. I mean, you know, Need for Speed is what it is. I'm not particularly fond of that genre, but
It's just okay.
I'm just saying it's opposite in that I played Need for Speed but haven't played Burnout.
Ah, you probably would have enjoyed racing games more if you had played Burnout.
I mean, I played Grid. Grid was pretty fun. I also played Forza and Gran Turismo. Very sparingly, but I played them. Yeah, they're pretty enjoyable. The funnest, the best time to play those games, or the thing that makes those games good to me, was like the RPG mechanics they had. Where like you purchase cars, you do races, you get money, you buy better cars, you mod the car. It was really cool. Apparently, they got rid of those in the latest ones.
Yeah, all the racing games basically became the same super serious racer, and you know, they kind of lost their flavor at that point.
Yeah.
Like all the racing
Agreed.
games basically became the same. Like you can't look at a Forza game and just tell me there's a difference between them. Like no, like how all the ones made in the past like 5 something plus years had like the same graphics underlying, how the same physics mechanics and the same like series of like gameplay loops.
But man, is it fun to do races and upgrade your car. Like I said, the problem is just they got rid of that. So, this is a predicament.
It's kind of funny to see the batteries sticking up where my things are as I slowly replace them, and they're just like popping their heads up. I gotta raise the roof a little bit.
The game is so weird. It, like drops my left click sometimes. I don't know why it's doing that.
Didn't you mention that was your mouse doing that?
I thought it was, but no, it's just this game. And I mean, I suspected it. I don't think I even told you. You're probably thinking of when I was talking about the laptop. My
Yeah,
other
last week.
laptop now. Oh, last week. Okay, no, you're right. That is the same thing. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was my mouse, but like, oh, mouse functions perfectly fine and everything else. Just this game. I think it's probably some like click to confirm junk, but it's weird.
Yeah, if you're in zoop mode, you need to have the 2 clicks versus default, or zoop and vertical need to be double clicked.
Yeah, maybe that's all it is.
I needed to do a thing. Yes. I am going to do a thing. Yes, I'm doing this thing. Aha.
You're getting ammo finally.
Oh no, I made that a while ago.
Oh, okay, that's good. Good to hear.
You say that as you die in a corner by yourself. And it's like, if only I had that ammo. Oh, son of a gun, I don't have cable anymore.
I need to grab a whole bunch of stuff to make more foundries because I don't have enough of those. But we're about to get a nice chunky boost to our steel. I've already doubled our capacity, but I'm about to like
I like to see you
almost
do that
double it
too.
again.
Manufacturing. Almost. Have you seen my manufacturing? I almost need to build another level over here to put my
You all wanna see
manufacturing
it?
on.
Yeah, I mean, go for it, man. That top floor is like half yours anyways at this point.
Oh, it's quite the jumbled up mess. Need to put a little cap and pin on that anyways. Yeah, I'll do it later.
So in your previous game, your a solo one, I think,
Yeah.
did you like how organized was your factory?
I don't know. It's been a minute. I mean, I guess I would reorganize it several times if just like over time itself.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to say how organized it was. I guess it, or how organized it is, since it is technically still organized, as I just haven't touched a save in a while.
Are you using minor twos for your quartz?
Yes.
Wow. It only makes that much?
Actually, I have it reduced. I have it severely underclocked because it just makes so much more than I actually can use currently.
What do you mean? Fill up the whole line.
Nah.
We don't micromanage in this factory.
We don't optimize.
This is that's not optimization. There's a difference between that and optimization. I don't know. Maybe you're actually right about that. I'm just giving you crap.
It always feels like I'm being given crap.
Gee, thank you for that depressing note.
It always feels like I'm eating someone else's crap for no reason.
That sounds like a personal problem.
That's like where you like slowly step away. It's like a you issue. No, come back. I want to tell you about my life choices and my mistakes I've made.
One of these has modular frames. We'll find our modular frames. Found the modular frames.
Oh, here they come.
Where are
hope you
those
don't need any
rows
plastic because
again?
it's all going to be made into computers right now.
I need plastic though.
You better get it, but while it's hot, because it's currently not being produced because the oil is being taken up.
From what?
It's
All we need is
space.
plastic.
Yeah, so to make plastic, it needs that oil residue, but I haven't been over there to expand out the fuel storage.
Ah, here you are, rotors. Take some of those. Give me a full stack.
Ah, son of a gun. I need more plastic. No steel
Yeah,
in
me
my
too.
plastic. I need it for one of these bad boys.
Yeah, we don't need those.
Just
You know what we really need? We need concrete.
we need. What the fuck are you talking about? You should shut your mouth about that concrete. There's plenty of it.
Concrete is top priority. Priority number one in this factory. Let me tell you. What will you look at more? That machine or the ground?
Or the ground with
I'm
it.
just saying, your eyes are going to be on that ground quite a bit. Better get your money's worth. In other words, we need concrete.
Oh, son of a bitch, you're right. I actually need concrete right now. the
Really?
timing on you saying that is... Where is the concrete going?
Priority number one.
Where is this guy going? Oh, he's going to encase steel beams. That's what he's going to. He's going right here. I have found all the concrete. No worries.
At least we're producing steel beams at an acceptable rate now. Can actually like go around and start replacing these things.
Did you notice I started putting some of the conveyors on poles? You can actually walk on the factory
yes,
floor.
you've been doing that since like we first started playing.
And I'll be doing more of it as time goes on.
That's your time you're wasting.
That's poles that could have been there to begin with.
I'm not going to waste my time on it, but if you want to spend your time on it, by all means.
You'll thank me later.
I
Be
can
like,
assure you that
damn,
I
son, those are some good ass poles.
That sounds like a really strange fantasy to have.
What? Expecting appreciation for pole dancing?
No, just regular old poles. You're not getting appreciation for that.
So lonely, so depressing. You have to ruin my dreams.
I'll give you praise for any spaghetti you make, though.
That's what the poles are helping out with, is increasing the spaghettification.
They reduce it, therefore they are bad.
What the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you going on?
You got me a little worried about if you're saying it's increasing it. Wasn't part of the plan.
Oh, I actually can make concrete where you can't.
You know, actually need concrete right now, so that's fine.
Ah, set up again.
Oh, I'm missing cables? That's really unexpected.
Holy smokes. This is the amount of resources needed to do some of these things. Oh, son of a bitch. This... Can you get me a conveyor of screws? Would you kindly?
You've got like 50 of those on that floor. Just
Oh, but
find
they're
one of
so
them and
far
screw off.
away.
You don't have a choice.
I don't even know where to go for those anymore. Well, it's all getting all kind of confusing now.
Well, how'd you avoid it in your game?
This is actually at the point where I've started catching up to where my game is at.
Yeah, but that implies that you've done it.
I did a lot of things by hand.
Nice.
Well, I got a semi-third floor going on.
Weren't we at like the 4th floor?
These are split floors.
Well, that is true.
I guess it depends on how you want to view a split floor.
Yeah, I haven't really thought of it too much. You made a new floor, in other words.
An elevated loft. That's what we'll call it.
How the heck did all these get rotated? What in the world? I swear these buildings rotate themselves.
No, I rotated you. You get rotated.
Is that what the kids call it these days? Instead
Oh
of,
boy, we have computers being made.
instead of kicking.
Are you as excited as I
people
am
down,
about the making of
rotate
computers?
No.
No.
I mean, I don't know anything about that, so.
I don't have a copper pipe infrastructure going. So how about that power usage?
I don't know, hopefully we're doing okay.
I'm gonna need to start getting a little scooter for the thing here eventually.
If you want to talk about power, let's talk about power now.
Power now? Power how?
I didn't give these things power yet. Let me fix that. Yeah, I just added 6 new foundries. Did I have that right? Foundries? No.
Oh, I don't even with
I added 6 new smelters and 4 new foundries.
How many refineries was that again?
0.
Oh, darn. I was hoping for more than 0. But not any greater than 1.
I mean, I think that just made our consumption go up like 100 megawatts. I like how it says the battery needs 180 hours to charge. At least it did for just half a second.
Oops.
Just got rid of a random floor.
Shoot. It's too steep.
Another thing they need to add, rotating in place. That is
Rotating
such
in
a severely
place.
missed thing right now. Silly that we have to like delete things and replace it to rotate them. Yeah, see that time I had to click like 6 times before it actually placed the conveyor belt. Weird. Like kind of dependent on the angle that I look at it too. I don't know what's going on there, but jank.
Well, I'm just gonna have to live this wacky bit here. There's only a little bit of clipping on this one line. Don't worry about it. I know how you would appreciate it if you saw it.
Making me sound like a monster.
You know
You're
these crippling, dead bodies on the floor. I know how you just would love to see them. Really need to start making elevators.
You have to tell me about those sometime. Unless you mean like the conveyor belt elevators.
Yeah, the lifts. We need lifts for players. It's not a thing currently.
I don't know. I don't think I'm getting enough iron ore here. There's a single iron ore here. Oh no. I think I've tapped that supply completely.
Ooh.
Unless
I could disguise Krusty Burgers as my own cooking.
looks like I disguise water as iron. Which I think I actually can. Oh, it almost doubles it too. Well, I might have just wasted an enormous amount of time here. Making all these foundries or smelters that I don't even end up needing.
Oh, that you could have used one refinery for?
Yep.
Oof.
Or 2. Possibly more, I don't know. 2 or 3. Something like that. Well, coal is also a bottleneck right now. Does Zoop work for the the ramps?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Cool. East steel beams. I mean, encased steel beams is just adding concrete to steel beams. That's not too bad.
Now you say this.
We got plenty of concrete by the base. A lot of it I haven't even bothered tapping into. So,
We only have one thing of encased steel beams being made. But you're gonna burn through them extraordinarily fast when we get the Mark IV.
well, the good news is that I'm massively increasing the steel productivity. So, it's good that we're hopefully addressing that now. Also gave us a huge, I think I said it already, but it did give us a huge increase in coal as well.
That scared the crap out of me. I ended up going through one of my little short tubes I forgot was there. Oh, so you said you got increased coal, huh?
Yeah, the coal lines. I don't think I ever completed it to the coal thing all the way. I think it might be missing a few Mark III conveyors, but 95% of it's done. You know what? I can overclock the iron, can't I?
Yes.
Finally, a nice use case for overclocking. Actually, I don't think it matters because it looks like the darn conveyor belt is full.
Oh, shoot. Well, that was nice while it lasted. I burnt through all the plastic that we had. Let's think. Let's think here. Oh, I never even bothered to open up chat on this stream. I kind of just do it to archive it.
Yeah. Well, probably not missing too much.
Yeah. More than likely not. Oh well. I'll worry about that stuff later. You know how
Ooh,
those comments go.
I got a smooth 60 FPS for a little bit. Kind of nice. I heard that the new generation of AMD 3D CPUs comes out in January, so I'm thinking of just pushing my new computer date to that time.
Oh. You said
It wouldn't hurt.
CPUs?
Yeah, CPU.
I thought didn't they just come out with stuff?
Yeah, but it's not the 3D version. 3D
Uh-huh.
cache.
Okay.
Their 5th generation. Okay, so the 5000 series, the previous one. We're on the 7000 now.
Alright.
So the 5000, previous generation, they had a 3D V cache. It was like the last processor of that lineup to come out. That processor is still the best gaming processor right now.
Alright.
It beat all of the new gen stuff. So AMD ended up competing against themselves.
Oh.
But the 3D V cache of this generation should be significantly better, at least for gaming. And I would love to have one of those.
Your wish will be granted, and you'll be stuck in that apartment / house for even longer.
Ugh, don't remind me. The penalty of spending money.
I know, right? Every time a trade goes through, I'm like, oh, it's gonna be even longer until you do something meaningful. So, yeah, I know exactly how that feels.
I tend not to buy myself a whole lot of stuff though, so. I think all I bought this year for myself that isn't food and necessities for life. I bought myself a pretty nice sport coat for about $100. And I bought myself some pretty nice shirts for about $200 or $300.
I need to get some new shirts. My old ones are looking pretty raggedy, and I've had them for too many years now.
If you ever get like an issue with too much heat in the summer, I highly recommend linen. But there's a few caveats to that. One, it's my favorite material, as I'm sure you're well aware.
Yeah.
But I mean, it feels the best as well. Beats cotton, in my opinion. I don't think it's gonna have any UV protection though, so that's one of the caveats. The other is that you can't really dry it. Like they become really scratchy, almost like wool. You know how it is with wool. You're not really supposed to put wool on high heat.
Yeah.
Kind of got to take care of it in a similar way. So you can't really, you can put it in the dryer, but you can't let it get completely dry. So I always default to just not putting it in the dryer, letting it hang in my room till it dries out, you know. But that's the biggest caveat. So, and it will stretch if you hang it. They say to dry it flat, but I never bother. And you also have to be really careful with the kind of detergents. Like if you ever use Bounty or whatever the heck it's called. The major brands tend to be very harsh. So they do actually change the texture of the textile.
Huh. Alright.
So I buy special linen junk like once or twice a year. It does cost $30 per like 64 ounce or whatever. So it is kind of expensive, but again, you know, once every 6 months, that's not that big of a deal for me, personally. Wash them on cold, you know. But the benefit is that, man, that's like my go-to for sure whenever I'm going out to play tennis or something. Because that extra bit of like airiness does help to like dry you out. So that way you're not, you know, sweating overload. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, that's why I got like the sporty shirts. They're like that sort of stretchy material.
I just can't stand that, man. Like, It makes sense. It's pretty solid because, you know, blocks UV, which
Yeah.
helps a lot. I just can't stand that material. I think I'll become like a textile snob.
Oh no, you're a materials guy.
Nothing wrong with what you're buying though. Pretty solid choice too.
Ooh. Oh shoot! Hit this ladder in the wrong spot. Oh my god, it's you gotta see this.
Let me pull up the screen. I'm pretty far away.
It's amazing.
Is it something in game?
Yeah, it's in game. Where'd you go?
I mean,
what are
I'm
you
in.
doing? Oh,
I'm
you're
all
there
the way
by.
at this field. Let me pull up the stream.
Yes.
Oh, wait, you do that?
Yes.
Is that two elevators in each other? That's
Lifts,
amazing.
yeah.
Great. Ah, you turned away from it. Oh, that's when you're asking where I was. Dang. Yeah, that's pretty great. That's peak spatial efficiency.
you, when you can containerize your realities.
They just work in non-Euclidean space is all. Not really the way we think of it.
They work in overlapping dimensions, but not overlapping timelines. That conveyor exists in a different time stream. Oh, by the way, that's all the encased steel beam. It's being made into these guys. Heavy modular frames.
Nice. Something that you've been severely wanting?
Holy smokes, it's slower than molasses. Steel beams is the next one I need.
Alright, I could continue to improve the steel, but I think I've spent enough time today on steel. That's literally all I've been doing since I've gotten on.
Yes.
I'm gonna go finish our power.
See, I've built 2 manufacturers, gotten pipelines in place, I laid more pipe. Literally,
And
I've
who do
laid.
you think improved the power to support that?
I've actually progressed us. Look, we're almost done with versatile steel frames. That's all me. That was all me.
That's pretty good. I got us to the beginning of the game. You can get us to the end game. I believe in you. I'll leave it all up to you since you're doing so good at it.
No one is experienced.
So if you could just go ahead and complete the game for me, that'd be great. Thanks.
Wait, how did I get stuck with the group project I wasn't prepared for?
See, you're an overachiever. Overachievers get more work.
Oh, that's probably why I want to go back for more academia.
I don't know, you kind of got to overachieve for that too. The thing with the thesis, though, speaking on that, the thing with the thesis is there's no like hard deadline on when you finish that. You can be at that for like 12 years. That's just insane.
Yeah, as long as you get like, continuous funding.
Right.
All right, so we're almost ready at oil power. I kind of want to like.
I'm gonna go amp up our coal a little bit. Honestly, we're doing pretty good on power, though. We're like barely past halfway still. I was wrong when I said it before. Before we were like using 1/3.
My camera went through the copper pipes or copper sheets, and it looked like it was whacking my head against all of it.
Yeah, we got a much more healthier supply of steel. Feeling pretty good about that. I guess they're just giving up on opening up these gifts because they're like all over the place.
Yeah, it's just like kind of a distraction.
Whoa. Yeah, you've definitely been adding a lot more stuff here.
I'm 6 parallel universes ahead of you right now.
Did you steal some of my
Yes,
beams?
probably.
Oh my god, make your own beams.
I was making the only set of beams.
Make your own beams again.
Yeah, make your own beams. I've stolen your beam production. You're.
How does this work? You know, like a super stack here. Just like manually moving them. Oh no, that's not even. That's freaking cables. That's not even the beams. You're not using my beams.
Oh, I don't even have the cables coming over here yet. Oh well. I gotta get. I'm just running out of like excess cables from forever ago. Now I gotta go back to the oil.
Oh, while you're doing that, I'm gonna go through our coal.
Oh, I'm about to shock the system with oil production.
I mean, we're so far ahead with coal. Really, do we even need oil?
Yes. It looks cooler. And it doesn't require 2 inputs. It requires 1 input.
It's input efficiency. It's pretty good.
And my tube out here is great. Your game didn't freeze, did it?
Nope. I'm still running.
Oh no! No, it crashed! No! Make sure you save real quick.
Yeah, let me do a save. They've got auto saves, but it never hurts.
I got the good old Unreal 4 engine crash. Let's see what the errors are. Exception access violation. Reading address some pointer. Version crash diagnosis.
Sounds to me like they tried to access too far in their array. I'm just kidding. I have no idea.
Let's see here. So we have a factory game, core U object, yada yada, shipping, use struct, yada yada, is child of, build agent, yada 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 yada, yada class U object. So there was a U object. So that means something that inherited from the U object. Kernel 32.
Well,
Why am I getting, why would it be getting a kernel 32 issue?
graphic.
You think there was a guided main wrapper?
I'm about to spend my free time debugging someone else's code. I do that plenty and at work.
Well, good thing it wasn't my personal game crashing. We might need to get that dedicated server at some point.
I'm not seeing the need anymore. This works pretty good.
Well, let's see where my guy died. Oh, I'm right in where I need to be. No, I didn't die, but I'm like crash died.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they really screwed with the coal. I can't put any more coal factories on the bottom floor because it's clipping with the generators up on the roof.
Huh. That's crazy.
It's a shame how they changed that. Entirely unnecessary. And if they didn't change it, still entirely unnecessary. You joining back in?
Yeah, we're back
Or
in the
no,
game.
you already did. Your icon's pink now for some reason.
Huh.
It was orange. It didn't make you join in as a new character, did it?
No, I got my inventory here and everything.
Oh, okay. Weird. Wonder why it changed your icon. Where do we produce cables?
Oh, up by the
That
old
looks
copper
better.
setup. I don't have a line coming over from it yet.
I think we finally have enough steel beams to just start upgrading everything to Mark IIIs.
Right as we're about to hit around the corner and go to Mark IVs.
That's just about in line with Mark IIs.
I'm about to say, you want to get actually the pipeline for more encased steel beams?
Guess I could.
So oil is running for the moment.
Oh yeah, I need to fix the coal. You said it's running?
Well, the refineries are running for the moment at the oil plant.
You gonna do the 2-grid system there as well?
What do you mean by that?
You have one grid that powers the machinery that powers the power station. And then you have another that actually we draw power from.
Oh, so because the oil is because of the fuel runoff, you can call it, just goes right into the plant itself. It's one of those like self-fulfilling sort of things. Like if you need
Yeah,
more, you just add more refineries and you just drill more out of the extractors.
Oh, okay.
So it's like a
So
weird
it's like,
self-scaling system.
so in other words, if our main power grid fails, it's not going to cut off.
No. Actually, if anything, it'll probably keep juicing the power grid itself.
Yeah, okay, cool. That's what we want.
I might actually even start powering. I might even have more power coming out than what that coal plant will be producing, depending on how I scale it. I basically have a tropical island oil factory versus desert.
I mean, that sounds okay to me.
Oil. Lots of oil. Oh, we're almost done with the versatile frames. I'm noticing that steel improvement quite sizably.
That's good. I just spent the last like 4 hours doing that, 4 or 5 hours, so good to hear that there's been some improvement. No power. Why isn't this producing anything? No, whatever. Not my problem.
I'm going to need a tube system for my tube system. That's starting to get challenging to work around these things. I never thought I would build on top of the tube system as it is.
I upgraded the line that's making our concrete, seeing as we're gonna need a whole bunch in a minute. I don't understand why this isn't on. Let me go cut this on. Oh yeah, you know what prompted the whole power thing?
No. It's been so long.
I was trying to get more iron because we weren't producing enough iron. And so I added like 2 things and it blew our power out. I think you were adding some stuff as well, but I never even got around to completing the whole power thing over, or the whole iron thing over here. Oh wait, no, I actually did. For one of the iron lines, I needed to do it for 2. But I didn't finish upgrading the conveyor belts. The expanded power infrastructure, is that what gives us Mark IVs?
No. That's the next logistics tier. This gives us the oil refiner, the oil power plant. To be more precisely,
So
what
we're
it's
actually
giving
kind of
us.
far away.
Oh wait, no, I lied. It does also give us Mark IVs.
Really?
Yeah, so it
Okay.
gives us not only oil advancements, but Mark IV as well. Also gives us the lifts equivalent as well, so Mark IV lifts will come with this package.
Now I have a difficult question. Which one of these steel lines do I make the beams off of? I'll just continue with this one, I guess.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They added a build gun blueprint material to the tier 4. So we can now actually like save small designs that we make over and over again. It's an unlockable.
Of course it is. See, in any other normal game, that would be quality of life.
No.
This game really likes to nickel and dime you on the good stuff. Alright, you know, we spent a lot of time programming it. You're gonna spend a lot of time unlocking it. These devs do mobile games at all?
Got me. I don't really always pay attention to what the devs are doing these days.
Feels like they probably want to.
That's why they put this not Tetris game into their game.
And there's still more to be done on some of these steel lines, unfortunately, but you'll just have to wait. I kind of like this really tall guy conveyor belt. It's kind of cool. The one with the concrete in your upper plates.
the screws and the encased steel beams.
No, I don't think either of those are on that line.
Oh, which one are you looking at then?
Maybe they are further down.
Huh. I can't see you on my compass, on my HUD. I only can see you on the map.
I wonder if that's why you're pink. Did you see the one that I was on for just a second before I fell down? It's the one right above me. Let's see, if you just stand still for a few seconds, I'll find you.
I'm up near the versatile steel frame assembler.
Oh, okay, well, you've gone too far. Hey, you see me jumping?
Yeah, but you're not on my compass.
That's really weird. Yeah, this conveyor belt line.
Oh, what about it? Oh, this
cool.
how it goes over everything?
Yeah.
I'm about to add to it as well.
It's pretty far up, too. So.
I gotta add a, the copper cables to this line as well.
Fine. Where did I put steel frames? There they are. Was it just a constructor? No, assembler. Probably just a assembler that makes those encased steel beams.
I need to get the copper cable. Where does that need to go? I don't even know where that needs to go. Oh, yes. It needs to go into this thing. Yes, that's right.
Ow. Case steel beams take ages to make.
What does?
Encased
Oh, yeah.
industrial beam.
Yeah. They take forever, even overclocked.
Yeah, I need another overclocker.
I
didn't
have
do it.
one.
I should be able to craft one. I think I got a slug on me that I found.
You might just be able to find them hanging out somewhere. Oh, also because of the efficiencies you did, my supply of my steel beams to my encased steel beam assembler is low, to say the least.
It's low?
Yeah, the throughput on it is low.
It got worse?
Yes. I'm not sure how I don't know. It just is not
That
as
doesn't make sense to me.
expedited as it was before.
I only increased the amount of jumps that we're putting
That's
through.
weird though, because it's not like it's not. Oh wait, it is a splitter. There is one splitter, but I think the guy was there. I think he already had that splitter in that spot.
I can check it in a second, but I'm pretty sure that's the case.
I mean, it's a good bit going through, but the steel beams appear to be the bottleneck for this encased steel beam production.
Alright, if you stay there for a second, I'll be there. On my way.
Don't move. We need to start putting. Next time we need to put them bunch of signs down and things.
That is why I'm suggesting you to do it.
I mean, we have them.
You get it.
It just requires a lot of resources to put them down.
Alright, so this is the area you're talking about?
Yeah, so this guy here,
Is this slowing down?
he's just, well, like, he's just not getting enough.
No, I totally increased it. In fact, this was going much slower before. I was actually watching this particular thing. I'm not sure when you saw it, but it was never going this fast. I was watching it. It would get done. You know how it needs like 4, right?
Yeah.
It would finish, and it would only have 2, and it would have to like wait a little while to get the last 2 to process the next set. So this machine in particular, I went out of my way to improve the most, and it's like working at over double the speed now.
Oh, I need
Than it used
quadruple,
to be.
triple, mega the speed.
Yeah, no, I mean, it could definitely be improved. It does happen to be on like the weakest steel line, but it's fine.
Really? I don't have plastic over here? Has plastic not made it over here? Is the conveyor so long? Oh, I think it is. I think it just takes forever for plastic to get over on this side of the map. Yep.
really
Well,
sad.
that's screws. Where's my plastic?
I'm just like in
Oh, here it is.
a
Taking its
material
sweet
dead zone.
time. Slowest thing in the world is this plastic.
Upgrade them to tier 3s. Probably scrounge the resources somewhere.
Alright, I'm going to slowly do that. Since we're on the cusp of 4s.
It's the perfect time.
At least as we upgrade them to 4s, we'll have, you know, get back some of that steel beam for repurposing back into encased steel beam.
We're getting pretty close to our power limit.
Really?
When are you going to start adding oil to the grid?
Sooner than later.
I can go expand the coal place. It's just I gotta build things really tall.
I mean, if you don't have to, I wouldn't. Just because the oil is around the corner.
I mean, we have the capability. It doesn't hurt to like maximize what we can make, since it would be automatic.
I really wish we got that compact coal recipe.
Would be nice, yeah. I don't think it ever showed up though, so.
Nah, we never got the roll for it, I guess.
Now we've got industrial beams just being plopped out into storage somewhere, so we'll let that accumulate. It's probably not going to be an enormous amount. Probably be more.
Oh no, I'm not gonna have enough Mark III. No. I'm about 500 short. Well, more like 300 short. But the plastic is coming a lot faster now, so.
Oh, it is getting kind of late.
Yeah, I'm so close to getting the last round of computers and things in. I want to get it there so I can upgrade it next time we come around.
You don't want to keep going for a little longer then?
Yeah, just to get this milestone done. Oh, we got versatile frames done.
Yeah, once you unplug that rotor, things started going pretty smoothly. And I guess upgrading our steel also managed to improve the speed of that.
Yeah, the steel beams never got backed up again on the versatile frame maker. I'm going to go ahead and stop sending them in that direction. I'm going to go ahead and just leave them in the storage box here, because those make good dumping fuel for the awesome sink. What's going on here? What do you mean plastic isn't coming over here? Oh, silly thing. It's going the dang wrong way.
You know, we've practically been off of biofuel now for a little while.
Are the ones up top
We're getting
still barely burning anything?
no, we're getting dangerously close to our capacity.
Yep. Oh, one of those manufacturers kick up here in a moment. This thing's probably
Oh boy,
this
I'm
thing's just.
seeing the batteries flick on and off.
Hey, look, those batteries
Yep,
are coming in clutch, right?
we're in danger right now. We're in the danger zone.
Yeah, each manufacturer unoverclocked is 55 megawatts.
Crazy.
These assemblers overclocked are 50 megawatts.
And you know that's practically a whole thing on its own.
Yep. Yeah,
I
oil
need this wall to
overclocked is gonna
be
be
one
a
tall.
step up until we get the nuclear.
So you made this all fancy, but
Who, me? What made fancy? What's fancy?
the
Oh, that.
factory, it's nice and fancy looking, but I need it to be one thing wider so I can make a walkway. Don't mind me just doing construction. Major reconstruction.
Nine. How many of this thing makes? Oh, it makes 3. Oh, I was thinking this thing only made 1. I'm like, dang, that's slow for 1. No, it's making 3 at a time. Oh, actually, that's actually kind of worth it. You use one more ingredient for this alternative recipe setup, and you get 3 computers instead of like 1 at a time, for like the same exact speed and more power usage, of course. Oh, come on. There's more plastic coming. Oh, man. Oh, no. I hope the plastic is coming fast enough. Maybe I shouldn't have turned on the rubber.
Was it taking up all the plastic stuff?
No, but it is more costly on the energy.
Well, I'm about to upgrade our energy.
Really? There's only 4 in here? Huh. Oh, dang. We're actually running out of uh, modular frames.
Yeah, I never did make that line particularly fast.
I mean, it's
Well,
getting.
I think you finished it up, but the line that your stuff feeded it or fed into your stuff. So I mean, yeah, a lot of work to do.
We are close. I can almost taste it. We're that close.
Well, now I kind of want to finish up my power plant stuff, because last thing I want is to hop on and suddenly all the power's off.
There's gotta be more modular frame things somewhere. Idle? Why? Oh, what? Is it screws now slow here? I guess it is.
Well, I mean, that's easy to expand out if we have the iron.
Yeah.
I know our iron line is not as strong as our steel anymore. But, I mean, it's decent. We should be able to put up with some. We can increase it if we need to, though. Level. I can auto save lag my deletion. I need a 2x2 zoop.
That's what that building blueprints thing is for. That we can now get using in-game legitimately earned currency.
No, I don't. I think you could do that if you had a defined size saved. But I'm not exactly building buildings in the exact same size.
What if I don't know how it works yet,
build
so
it for the environment.
it's new. So maybe it has a zoop feature in and of itself.
You're getting way too hopeful. These devs are like, what is the most
You're so
painful way
negative
we
on
can
these
implement
devs.
this? The most painful way is what we get. How many overclocker things do we have? Because I'm going to need 5 or something.
I lost track. I mean, some things have overclockers on them, but probably don't need them anymore. So you might be able to just kind of steal some from the existing pool.
Okay, I'll try. Okay, I said 5, only guess 2. Okay, let's see. I need multiple water extractors. Rotors, always with the rotors.
Rotors, always with the rotor. I can't do a Zoidberg. That's when he said that, it made me think of Zoidberg, like something like a Zoidberg would say.
Dude's got like water in his throat when he does it. I don't understand how. It's amazing to me that that voice actor just has an incredible range.
Billy West.
Yeah. He does,
He does so many
Zap
characters on there.
Brannigan too, right?
Yeah, he does Zap. He's the professor. He's Fry. He does like
Yeah.
7 or 8 voices of like
I
recurring
have.
characters.
How the heck does he go between Fry and Zap Brannigan? That's just incredible to me. I have like that boggles my mind. Gotta remember, where are rotors? What of how expensive are neon signs? Because you know, I'm the kind of
They're
guy who
under
needs.
organization, and they're all kinds of different costs.
I'm gonna get the small
Oh,
ones.
oh, there's some tiny ass ones.
Yeah, there are, and they're cheap. Now, if only you would expand the amount of crystals we're bringing back in.
Oh, oh,
Quartz.
that's neat. Okay, so apparently a lot of the things like the manufacturer, they have a dedicated spot for the signs.
Really?
Yeah, look
That's
at
cool.
yeah.
I'd like to, but I'm gathering quartz right now.
What the heck is that? What is being made here?
Is it billboard, square sign, or display sign? What's the difference here?
Good question.
Oh, that's not even that big. Oh no. They're not very big, are they?
That's why there's so many options.
Oh, you're right. They do have dedicated spots. I guess that makes a lot of sense. Cool. Yeah, I definitely want the small billboards, but those require some sort of satellite-looking thing. I don't see where we set the name. It looks like it's only
There's a text box. You have to scroll down for it. It's above a missive on it.
hard to see actually, to be clear. Shouldn't really give these screens any glare. I see background, surface finish, emission strength, icon, colors, copy. No, there's no text box here. Don't think the billboard gets it.
I mean, that's how I changed the text on the one, but that was. I don't know which one you're looking at, so.
Art thou rotors? Show me where you're at. I will find you.
Show me what you got.
I just wish you could put these on top. I have no. Why would I want to put them on one of the sides? It has like garbage visibility. As neat as it may be, it's kind of annoying. Oh, I see. You can get a text box if you use a different thing. The square billboards are only for images, it looks like. Oh my, oh god, you can change the emission strength and yeah, that's beautiful. I dig it. I dig it a lot. Steel pipes. I'm gonna start labeling some things because we kind of need that pretty desperately.
That was an excellent use of time. Oh my god, you can't even see it.
Did you put it at mission strength 3?
Yes.
Yeah, that'd do it.
Let's see about it now. Yeah, I guess you can kind of see it. You can't miss it when you come back around.
Yeah, I can't find rotors anymore. I don't know what happened to them. I'm guessing we're all out.
They're around somewhere if you dig enough.
Okay, this thing has 100 rotors, so they must be nearby. Good God, what is this mess of junk?
Are you ready?
Or why did my game just?
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Forgot to grab it on my way over. Look at that. You look at that. Look at that little tease I just gave you right there in that top right-hand corner.
I'll have to wait.
All I literally had to do was just go over to the
and corner. Yeah, I don't see anything.
Now, are you ready? We
Not
have
yet.
oil. And
Milestone reached. The fuel generator will match power generation to the increased consumption of recently acquired technologies and buildings. Additionally, improved conveyor belts and lifts can now be constructed. Caterium scanning unlocked.
oh, that's how they say it? Caterium? Oh, that's how that thing says it.
Caterium.
Yeah, I'm a
Well, this
little
is
more
like
preferable to the
caterium.
caterium.
Okay, well, that was a nice little expenditure. I need to go back and finish coal before we hop off, though.
Unfortunately, you need heavy metal frames.
For
Oil.
you said oil is right around the thing. You said that 10 hours ago.
I mean, we're at it now. It just that's the construction cost of it.
You
And
know
we
what?
have
I'm expanding coal. Coal is trustworthy. It
Yeah,
doesn't.
coal is
It's not right
trustworthy.
around the corner. It's right here.
But
The only thing
oil-
missing is a pipe to it. One day I'll put a pipe here. It's just pipes are kind of expensive on energy. I can't really spare that right now when our batteries are flickering on and off. But that was a good idea to move that like oil over into the power plant area, because that did give us like that push that we needed to get everything else settled. Like versus last time we were like out of power for like almost the whole time.
Yeah.
That was pretty brutal. So, getting that push, very good. Now I need cables.
Yeah, see, you spent so much time on the coal last time, and you spent so much time on the coal this time. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, but our power's pretty solid. It ain't really gonna. If it does cut out, we're never gonna have this issue where it's in a deadlock.
Oh, son of a gun. We need more
That was our
modular
problem.
frames.
Well, I don't know. Look, see what the bottleneck is in the modular frames. Is the machine? Is it just not building them
You know
fast
what?
enough? Or
We
is
don't need
get enough
versatile
iron?
frames right now, so I'm just going to stop those.
Are we going to need versatile frames in the future?
This is as far as I've gotten.
Okay. So if we need them in the
Oh.
future, you're better off not reducing that, or reducing it but not deleting it, or stopping it entirely. The benefit of automation is having it go in the background while we don't need it.
Dang, deleting those first little frames, I had like a few extra ones that hardly did anything.
Oh. Yeah, the coal's starting to shape up pretty well. Hopefully we have enough power on the secondary grid to power the new extractors. Guess we'll find out shortly. You know, their snap thing is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Snap? Which part of it?
No, just the feature. It's done pretty well. I mean, I've done my fair share of snapping. It's not always the easiest thing in the world to do. I'm just impressed how well they do it in the 3D space with all this other junk going on.
Oh boy, we got Mark IV conveyors.
Okay, as I say, and then their snap immediately fails me.
Hypocrite.
Oh, that's generally pretty good. Oh, dang. These things are already running.
What things?
The extractors. Wait, only that one's running. Not the others. No. I mean, this shouldn't have a connection. Oh, maybe I just didn't connect them? No, they're connected. What the heck? Why is that one running? The other ones aren't. This game, it confuses me sometimes. Fracting says it's full. Oh, that part's not connected for some reason. Well, how did that happen? You know, I tried to praise them, and it turns out the thing I'm praising them about screwed me over.
Mistakes
This-
were made, huh?
Well, not my mistake. I was snapping them together, and apparently they were off by like a pixel in 3D space. And I like manually redo them. I check each one of these now. Did they each get water? Good. Looks like they did. Okay, they've got water. Now they need coal.
Dang, it's already Saturday.
Is that bad?
Eh? It just shows that we're enjoying the product, which is in front of us.
Yeah, as much as I complain, it is pretty fun. I just think it would dip from fun to very addictive. If they fixed the issues I would constantly complain about.
Oh, I hope I don't crash again, because I'm going back to the oil.
Maybe you'll be fine.
Alright, I didn't crash.
Imagine having OCD and seeing our base.
I should show it to my mom. She'll be like,
He's trying to murder your mom. This is the junk that would. This is
Milestone
very
exchange
questionable
concluded.
what we're doing
Fix
here.
it freighter re-entry complete.
from a design perspective, anyways.
oh boy. Well, I did it. I got it done.
You got oil?
Oil generator is burning.
Nice, very nice.
That's 150 megawatts this boy makes.
Well, that's one. I mean,
Yeah, just one by itself doing that.
yeah, that's pretty good then. Pretty good. Yeah, I think I'm okay with this design. Pretty cool.
I definitely want to redo the oil sector as it stands.
What? You want to redo? You just made it.
Yeah, because I made it abruptly. I didn't make it
You
accurately.
didn't have to. I mean, we've got power. There's no reason to do it abruptly.
Well, see, because of the fuel buffers, I can actually, you know, kill the refineries and not actually kill that because there's enough fuel and all that. It's one of the weird quirks of how the whole thing plays through.
Okay, just upgraded the coal a bit. I'm gonna need two. What do you call them? The two blue bug guys. Upgrade overclockers.
No, just get it all into oil.
Well, this is 600 megawatts, so it's worthwhile to get it in.
Or it could be 6,000. Or
600.
6 gigawatts.
Our power, yeah, we're doing better. Look at that huge jump. You looking at the power grid right now?
No, I'm on a tube.
Find the nearest power grid and look at that before it disappears. You don't got much longer.
I'm in a tube.
There's a nice little jump about midway through the graph right now where you can see I connected the new power. Still in that tube.
What am I looking for?
The big jump that's about to go off the screen. Where we went from a capacity of like 1,300 to 1,700, 1,800.
Did I show you my Mark III conveyor, 4 conveyors?
No,
You want to see them?
but I do need those. And, no, I think I'm okay. Did you use my steel encased beams for those?
Yes.
Well, you left me some, right?
Well, of course. I don't have an inventory that's big enough for all of that.
What? There was only like one stack, wasn't there? Look at these miniature. Oh my goodness. It's the tiniest screens on the planet.
Oh, you see those?
I almost didn't, but. It shouldn't be this hard to find my darn encased beams. I made the thing. I can't find them. Oh,
I know where
okay,
they are.
Too far back. Wow, okay, there's actually a good few here.
Did
I'll
you see
take
my
2
big
stacks.
sign?
No.
Oh, you didn't?
You're
It's
talking
hard-
about the one off the side? That's like peering over to the coal place?
No, the one that's peering down from above. Look up high towards the rocks.
Right towards the rocks. I can't read that. I've got a 4K screen and I can't read it.
Use the push P and use that as a telescope. That's how you.
Uh-huh.
Show me what you got.
Whoa! I think I discovered a glitch.
What did you do?
Where are you?
In a tube.
Alright, I need you to test something. Maybe I'm just
Do I
like,
need to
going
come
crazy.
to you?
Yeah, we need to be physically next to each other.
Alright, hold on. I'm turning around in a
I
tube.
don't know, I think maybe I'm just... Oh no, I think it reset. Dang. I think it did.
Do I come to you or not?
Well, that's... Yeah, where are you? We'll check.
I'm still in the tube.
Wait, freaking massive tubes are you taking?
The one really long ass tube. You caught me in the middle of the tube again. I don't know how you did that.
You and being in tubes all the time.
It's the benefit of laying all that tube. Alright, where are you?
Right here. So I was here. Run with me real quick. Run. So I think the speed. Yeah, never mind. I think it reset. When I was on the zip line, like hopped off. First of all, I was glitching because it was one really close to the ground. When I hopped off, I was like running super fast. Yeah,
Oh.
it reset. It's gone. I was running on the ground for a few seconds pretty fast, but whatever. Whatever. Hoping I could reproduce that though, because man, that was kind of nice for a few seconds. We ever?
If you hold the sword while you're in the tube, it just stays in front of your face. And it just like clips through the whole thing, just like hovering in space.
Oh, look at that! Crystal oscillators use reinforced iron plates.
One of the manufacturers makes the oscillators.
Yeah, but I was just saying because we have a million of those things. The advanced plates.
Oh, that recipe doesn't use those. That recipe, well, no, you're right, that is recipes using those. Never mind. I'm looking at something else, sorry. Yes, I am putting to good use the reinforced plates.
Good, because they're like all over our base in excess. They're going to be funneled somewhere. What's 45 times 3?
Bro, it is 1
135.
o'clock in the morning. I do not have the ability to do math accurately at this time of day.
This part of the country localized entirely within your brain.
Exactly.
It's fine, I figured it out. Yeah. Basically, I just replaced the organic burners for us. Now it's all coal.
Did you put batteries in?
No, I didn't like actually physically replace them. I just mean the power that they were providing before is now provided entirely by coal.
Well, I did it again. I put down another fuel generator.
We can actually expand coal even more, which is kind of crazy to me. We still haven't reached our limit of power from the coal lines that we've got coming in.
Well, I just put in another fuel generator as well.
Of oil.
Oil.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Oil.
See a nice little bump.
Oil. Yeah, next time I plan to kind of redo this area so I can optimize the spacing better.
Yeah, considering you want to make that our go-to power source from here on, it would definitely be a good
Yeah.
idea to make it very expandable.
So, I think I did do this already. Is there a power switch to that old coal line? Because you might be able to just, you know, turn that off. If when we switch over the oil full time and switch all the other ones to switches.
Turn what off? The
As
coal
things are needed,
power?
you can turn things off.
Why? Okay, explain to me why we would want to do that.
Oil. Eventually nuclear. Nuclear. Nuclear.
If you get a shiny brand new car, do you bring your
Yes.
old car to the dump and crush
No,
it?
I turn it into the dealer for exchange because I
Come on.
only need one car.
You realize
That turning your car in for a new car is the exact thing that is intended.
that if we do that, the equivalent would be scrapping the entire coal factory, right?
Yeah, we make it to
For
another
meager
factory.
resources that we generate infinite of. We don't have that level of scarcity. So now with that example being worthless, you should now realize why it would be a dumb idea to just get rid of all this power.
I don't think your argument makes very clear sense. Your argument
All
makes
you
my
gotta
brain
know
hurt.
is that it's a dumb idea that you suggested.
That
to get
turning
rid of
my
coal.
turning off things that aren't useful anymore, and then saving those resources for other more valuable
What resources are we saving? We get infinite resources.
energy. All those
We're
water
not saving
extractors, you can
energy. It
consolidate them.
produces energy.
See all those water extractors you build a whole network for? Toss them. Worthless. Don't need them anymore.
There is
Goner.
zero reason to ever get rid of it. We're gonna be having this coal until the day we die.
We're gonna switch to nuclear, and they're gonna give up on oil as well.
There is no reason to ever have this coal plant stop.
You know those boys out there in West Virginia would really appreciate you.
You're darn right they would. They understand.
He's a coal baron.
Also, I don't care about pollution, so in my virtual world, that
In
is.
my virtual
Let me
space.
just clarify that. Virtual pollution ain't harming nobody.
My virtual pollution. Hold on, doesn't your actual computer require electricity from a potentially polluting source?
Give me the statistics on how significant that is, and we can talk. Because I suspect your farts make more pollution than that.
we have to play a simulated game to simulate the pollution that our that our real world is actually producing. Oh my god, that's these things don't write themselves.
I don't know why, but like my power use or my water usage is kind of low. Or my water usage is high. Not getting enough water. It's probably why your like production is fluctuating so much. Interesting. Anyways, yeah, we got an absolute shit ton of coal. There's no reason to like
Get rid of it.
yeah, no real reason to get rid of it.
Toss it.
I mean, there's just no reason to. It's self-sufficient. Unless you plan on making like 100 of those oil power plants, I guess.
You're darn right.
I look forward to it. In any case, I'm done with the coal, so we can now.
Save and pick this up later.
Yep. Oh, we've got a good streak going on here. Two whole weeks in a row.
Yeah.
Usually we skip.
Or there's some like nonsense that gets in the way.
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously not skipping on purpose. It's for whatever reason, but yeah.
Connection has been lost.
Yeah,
Oh boy. Stayed up a bit later. But not as late as last week. Last week was quite a bit longer.